just coming back to order, I'd just like to refer to the translator. If you need translator services, Gladys Duarte, sorry, I had another person, is available to translate. Okay, so she already has taken care of that. Welcome to the Modesto City Schools 1438th regular board meeting. This meeting is now called to order. This being videotaped and recorded, you can view the video of this meeting or past meetings on our website. And in closed session, our board gave direction to legal counsel. Please stand and join me for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And I will be reading about our pledgers tonight after a moment of silence. During our moment of silence, we had two individuals that passed away that were prominent city leaders, and I just would like you to remember their families during this time. Council member Dave Lopez and former Mayor Carmen Sabatino. So thank you. Thank you very much. We are pleased to welcome students from Orville Wright Elementary School to lead us in the flag salute tonight. Estrella Flores, sixth grader Estrella, is the Student Council Activities Director and a great leader on campus. She is a model peace builder who strives to do her best in everything she does. Estrella is responsible, kind, and goes out of her way to make others feel comfortable. She values her education and has excellent attendance in school. Following graduation, she plans to attend college and become a doctor. Thank you. Now, our second pledger is Trinity Lowe. Did I say that correctly? All right. Sixth grader Trinity is the student council president and an excellent role model for other students. She has been recognized at school for her progress in math and language arts and excels in all areas of academics. Trinity enjoys dancing, art, and playing sports. Following graduation, she plans to attend cosmetology school with the goal of becoming a hairstylist and owning her own salon. Good for both of you. All right, if you could just lead us in the pledge now.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. I'm going to take these down to the students. Yes. And now I would like you to call your attention to the fact that if you wish to address the board during the period for public comment on a subject that's not on the agenda, you must complete a public presentation request card and submit it to the board president prior to the period for public comment. Only those who have submitted cards will be called upon to speak, and no cards will be accepted after the period has begun. Every person who wishes to address the board must fill out a card, and you will find the cards in the lobby. And that brings us to announcements.
Good evening, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the board meeting tonight. It's always great to see new faces out in the crowd. I have to say it's a new year, and there's a lot of excitement within the district. This past week, I had the opportunity to provide a mid-year review to all the managers. There's roughly 200 managers within the school district, and there has been a lot of positive comments as a result of that. They're beginning to really feel and see a lot of good synergy and a lot of good optimism and really folks working together, and that's exactly where we need to be. So I'm very excited at the beginning of this school year and look forward to reporting some great news at the end. I do have a couple of things that I want to share just as far as showing progress and showing growth within our school district. I printed off just our data dashboard just this afternoon, and there's still green all over the data dashboard. At this time of the year, usually it's relatively low because we're coming back from a long holiday, and yet we're still almost 0.5 ahead in our attendance, which is awesome, from the same time as last year. We have 627 less students that would originally be recorded as chronically absent. So out of those kids that have been chronically absent, there's 627 less days this year, which has allowed us to be almost 2% less in the chronic absenteeism. So this is great news because it means that more kids are in the classroom and more kids are at school and they're where they need to be, and it really reinforces all the great work that everyone's doing. This is really teacher, principal, school sites. So hats off. Later today, you will see some more positive data coming out of the overall data dashboard from last year. There's more positive than negative. Still a lot of work to do, but I am very optimistic, and I want to thank the whole team, all managers and teachers and staff, as we work together to create a great district. Thank you.
Now we're on item A6, report of meetings attended by Board of Education members. Do I have any? Trustee Brown.
Yeah, it's a holiday period, so there's not very many meetings. But I did attend the recent meeting of the California School Board, or Stanislaus County School Boards Association. And want to remind board members that there will not be a spring dinner this year, but to prepare ahead for the dinner that will come in the fall, that will be the one time that we all get together.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Newman.
Along with Trustee West, I attended a meeting this week at the district with our auditor. So we have the audit committee, and so we met with our auditor and discussed the audit report and questions. Met with him for about an hour.
Trustee Irvin.
Yes, I attended the 34th annual Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King celebration that they do over at Christian Love Baptist Church with our board president, Cindy Marks. Wonderful event, very well attended. Yes.
Yes, thank you, John. Trustee West.
I don't think we met since we got off on break. Have we met once?
No.
I attended the Peace Assembly with Fremont Open Plan, and it's always such a joyous occasion to see those bright smiley faces up there, and the students are cute, and the parents are wonderfully supportive, and they did a fabulous job. It's a great way to kind of start the holidays off for me. I enjoyed that.
Thank you. Trustee Lopez.
Good thing you reminded me that we haven't met before break. I attended the holiday bash at Hanshaw Middle School. A lot of parents went away with good food for the holidays. There was face painting for the kids. There was community booths out as well. So I want to commend the work by our principal Lori Jonas out there, SMP, Modesto Partnership, Salvation Army, and I know there's a couple other more organizations that made that happen. So great work. Thank you to everyone that came out.
Thank you. And then I attended, along with the superintendent and some other staff members, the governor's proposals for the state budget on K-12 education. And we went up to Sacramento to get a great review of what's going to happen this year. And it does sound like good news for us. So we'll see how it goes and if it still stays there when they do the May revise. So that was good. And then I really appreciated Mr. Irvin got the honor of, he did not say this, but I'm glad I get to, that he introduced this guest speaker at the Martin Luther King celebration, Mr. Greg Savage. So I thought, our pastor, Reverend Greg Savage. So that was really great that he got to introduce him. So thank you, Mr. Irvin. It was a great event, and I did enjoy it as well. That was yesterday. So now on to our recognitions, and I would like to turn this over to Ms. Noonan.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. We do have a couple of changes because our character education student recognition, we just found out today that the student actually is unable to make it tonight, but it's really good news. She was selected to be she had an opportunity to be a counselor up at Foothill Horizons. So it's a great opportunity for her. So we will be recognizing Daisy Jasmine Rodriguez at a future meeting, hopefully February 11th. That'll be the next opportunity. So we'll keep you posted. And we may do 2 character education recognitions that particular night. So just await more fun at that time. So in our next presentation, so every board meeting we do an MCS hero, which acknowledges our very talented and stellar staff here at the district. And this particular individual, Roy Chung, he works as a data technician in our assessment center. And I want to point Roy out. You will see him up on the screen, but Roy is exceptionally humble, as Lauren can attest. He's on her team. And he wasn't really comfortable with the public recognition. But we still don't want that to allude that we're not going to recognize him just because he's not comfortable coming to a board meeting and having his presence here. So Becky Fortuna and Becky does a wonderful job with this. So we actually went and we surprised him amongst his coworkers at the assessment center. So this is Elvia Juarez who nominated him, and I just wanted to read what she had to say. So she said, Roy is a hardworking, dedicated team player. He has developed processes and procedures to facilitate data sharing and help everyone be more efficient and effective in their work. Roy is unquestionably the go-to person in the assessment center, but he never takes credit for his work. Instead, he always credits the team and keeps the focus on the group effort. The Assessment Center and Modesto City Schools is very lucky to have such a humble, diligent, and purposeful employee like Roy. And hopefully this works. If you go to the next slide, so this is, if you click play, hopefully it works. This is the video. So there's no sound, but he said thank you. So he, and then he was very quick to have us turn the video camera off, but he was very excited. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize him. So thank you for doing the virtual recognition for him. Let's give him a round of applause, actually, because all right. And then finally, in recognition, so January is, for those of you who don't know this, January is National Mentoring Month. And we actually have a resolution that's part of the board agenda this particular meeting. But I'd like to read a portion of why we're recognizing mentors. Mentors in our district are extremely important. This is a volunteer that they do this on a volunteer basis, and it's very, very important. We have many mentoring partnerships. We have mentors who come from the county, plus various other organizations. But in particular for tonight, we wanted to highlight some mentors that we work with at Sierra Vista Child and Family Services. So they take extensive efforts to recruit, screen, train, and recruit mentors, for our students. Sierra Vista, they provide over 50 mentors at 5 of our sites. And one of those sites in particular is Orville Wright Elementary School, where Principal Ernesto Calderon has seen firsthand the benefits of mentoring. So instead of me just talking in the microphone, we thought it would be great to have the principal as well as one of their dedicated mentors come and speak with you. So we also have, I'd like you to welcome Irene Vieda. She's the coordinator of mentoring and community support at Sierra Vista Child and Family Services. Then we have Principal Ernesto Calderon from Orville Wright Elementary School. And then he told me how to say it, so I'm going to make sure I get it right, Mo. And then Mr. Mo Mashez, sorry, hang on, let me do it again. Mashenti. Yes, okay, right. Mashenchi. I said it multiple times to make sure I would get it right. But Mr. Mashenchi is a mentor at Oval Right Elementary School. So I'm going to turn it over to Irene, and then I would invite Trustee Irvin to come down and take a photo as well.
Hi, everyone. Well, thank you so much, first of all, to the board, superintendent, for the continuous support. Sierra Vista Child and Family Services has been in partnership with Modesto City Schools since 2015. Our first pilot program was at Burbank Elementary with 5 mentors, and it's just continued to grow year after year. We want to thank our mentors, our school administrators for just their hard work, their commitment, their dedication. Our mentors are there for 1 hour, 1 day a week, meeting with a student. We are an activity-based program, so the mentors meet and they play games, they play board games, go outside and shoot hoops, with the ultimate goal being relationship building and showing these kids that they matter, that there is someone out there who cares for them, and just modeling a positive adult-child relationship. And as you're going to hear soon from our mentors and from Mr. Calderon, we've been able to see improvements in academics, in attendance, improvement in behavior. We have kids who used to suffer from chronic absenteeism, and now they're going to school enthusiastic. So that's what our mentors do. So thank you to Mo, who we have here in specific, but thank you to you guys too for supporting the efforts and for continuing to support us. And we're very excited for the future, and hopefully we get to continue this partnership and continue to grow.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Mo Mishenchi. You did a good job, though. I'm a Modesto resident for the last 20 years. I work at Gallo Glass. I'm a senior engineering manager at Gallo. We started the mentoring program at Gallo about 3 years ago. I started with my boss, John Gallo. The first mentors there. We have grown it up to 6 mentors now. Originally, we thought it was going to be helping them with some math, some different things, but we found out that actually friendship and depending on each other is more important than the other stuff that teachers will take care of. So I've been blessed to have a mentee for 3 years, for the last 3 years. And it's such a great feeling to see him and having him run to me, you know. So it is really rewarding. So we're planning on growing the program from our company, our side, and I'm really grateful for you guys supporting this program. And Irene is a superhero there. She helps us everywhere, and Mr. Calderon also. We get all the support that we need and help. So thank you, really. It's been great. So thank you.
And I just kind of want to read something that I wrote a couple months ago for the mentor appreciation luncheon, and I think it was appropriate to talk about now. So at Overright, we are fortunate to have 15 dedicated mentors who work with our scholars to help them achieve our mission of ensuring academic, social, and emotional growth for all. They mentor scholars one-on-one by building relationships, increasing their self-esteem, improving their attendance, and increasing their life chances. Here are some examples of the tremendous impact this program has at Overright. For example, one scholar has improved his behavior and went from having 7 home suspensions last year to 0 this year. Another one is we have another scholar who's improved his attendance by almost 20% this school year versus last year. So it's people like Mo, and it's people like the other 14 mentors that we have on our campus who are consistently coming into classrooms and working with Irene, working with our coordinator at the site, and making sure that each one of our scholars have someone who are consistently there for them, who love them, who care for them, and who just care to ask them about their day, and that's made a huge impact. So I want to thank you, Mo, for the work that you do the last 3 years, and Irene, thank you for coordinating this whole program. We appreciate you.
Could I say one thing? No, I just wanted to point. I just wanted to, Irene, if you want to put a shameless plug, if people want to volunteer and mentor, where do they need to sign up, or who do they need to contact?
Yeah, definitely. We're always looking for more volunteers. I know everyone's busy, but it's 1 hour a week for you to go sit down, hang out with the student. And like you just heard Mr. Calderon, it makes a huge, huge difference, not only in the kid's life, but in their life at home, at school, in the community as a whole. So definitely reach out to me. My information is on the Modesto City Schools website. And we can also have Becky, anyone, pass on my information. So I look forward to hearing from you guys and hopefully get more mentors at our sites.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. That was good plug for that. I will go on to item A8, approval of consent agenda, and I have 2 items to pull. Item C7 and item D4 for discussion. C7 is for conflict of interest and D4 is for a discussion item. So
I just want to declare the conflict. I have a conflict on C7, and it falls under Government Code Section 1090, and it falls under the exception under Government Code Section 1091, and it's for payment to a company that my husband works for, Lilly Electric.
okay, thank you. So we will, I forget,
Vote on that, and I'll step out.
we'll vote on that. So we will vote on item C7 right after Ms. Newman is exited. All right, is there a motion for approval of item C7?
Move approval of item C7.
Okay, it's been moved by trustee Brown, seconded by trustee Irvin to, for item C7. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. It passes unanimously, with one abstention. And then item D4, I asked to have this moved to discussion. So with all of those, with those 2 items taken off, now we will have a motion for, I had a trustee tell me that we did not need to do this.
Okay. As far as the pull to D7, you need to identify where on the agenda you want to put
D4?
that. D4.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure to identify it now or when we did the discussion action item. So, all right. So I would like to pull item D4 and put it right after B3, after we reconvene after the Joint Powers Authority. So item D4. And I can read what it is if you'd like.
Would it be better to put it with all the other board policies, and so it would go later in the evening? Is there staff that needs to be here for that?
I believe he's here. I just would like some clarification on it only because I could not hear as well as the rest of you because I was doing the meeting via telephone, and so I just had some questions and I wanted to get those taken care of and then move on with the meeting. But
yeah, later in the night will be fine. I'll be the one that addresses those questions, and I have a couple
So
board
I
policies
would
later.
suggest that we do it after B8 at any point. So that because we have our auditor here, and so he's
well,
got
I can do it. We can do it right after the audit report. Then let's do it right after the
Well,
audit
let's
report.
do it after B8. That would be my take.
Well, I just liked it at the front because I wanted to get it out of the way so I could concentrate on the rest of the meeting. But so I guess we take a vote on that.
Well, we'll vote on that when it's on agenda for the
okay.
agenda.
That sounds good.
Okay.
All right, so I will entertain a motion for the items on consent. So is there a motion to move approval?
Move for approval of the consent agenda minus the item that's been pulled into discussion of D4.
Okay, so it's been moved by trustee Newman, all of the items except for D4. And so is there a second? A seconded by trustee West. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Are there any noes? It passes unanimously. So moving on to discussion. Wait a minute, let me get my A9, approval of the order of discussion action items. So trustee Newman.
I'd like to make a motion that we put item D4 as the new item B8B.
Okay, it's been
B8A, yeah.
yes, that's right. So it's been moved by trustee Newman. Is there a second? There's a second by trustee Lopez to do that. Is there any other discussion? Because I know we can discuss it. Okay, I just wanted it up front. So all those in favor of moving the item to item A8, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
And I will vote no. So that passes 6-1. So now we'll move on to item B. Hold on, not B yet. This is, yes, we have public presentation. Item A10. So are there any members of the public? I did not receive any cards. Did anyone turn in any cards? I did not see any cards. So we will move on from public presentation to our B1, our student representative report. And Arnav, I'm going to try your last name, Arnav, but I didn't practice it very well, but Krishnamurthy? Krishnamurthy. I missed the Krishna. Okay, Krishnamurthy. Your microphone, is your microphone on? Okay.
It's been a while.
Thank you.
Just want to say sorry for coming late. I'm sick and I slept in. Not acceptable, but I'll be better next time. Inter-High met on January 14th, which was just last Tuesday, and it was coming back from break, so not a lot is going on in school since then, but I've heard some really great things I'd like to share. Davis High hosted their Unity Week, which is all about making kids on campus feel, connected and one, regardless of cultures and backgrounds, which I thought was really cool. And they were telling me the details about that, and they did it really well, and it was a huge success. Most of the schools are pretty much in the works or have already done their winter homecomings for basketball. So Bayer, Davis, Downey, Enoch, Joho, and Mohai. They're all in the works of planning winter homecoming for their students. Both Mohai and Enoch are trying something new this year with a sort of winter homecoming dance. So on top of the game, on top of the dress-up week and all the fun activities, after the game, they're also going to do a homecoming dance for the students. So I thought that was pretty cool and see how that goes. And that's because they have an issue with turnout at previous dances. So they're going to try to make this new dance and see if kids come. And then finally, since we're coming back from breaks, some schools are still finishing up their letters to Santa, notably Davis and Grigori. And this is really cool. Grigori actually raised $200,000 through their Letters of Santa program. They wrote like so many letters, which I thought was really cool. At first, I didn't believe. I don't know. That's like a crazy number, but they raised $200,000. They told me, which is really impressive, and I thought that's so cool. So we were really proud of them for that. Those are what's happening at all the schools. At the inter-high meeting, that was really important for all the tournament of talent planning we had, as well as the anti-vaping campaign. We pretty much wrapped up a lot of our ideas because we were brainstorming. We had a lot of ideas thrown around. We pretty much wrapped them up for our campaign. So what we're thinking of a anti-vape week that's going to be later in the year, sometime around March or April, somewhat a Red Ribbon Week, but all against anti-vape. And it's going to be district-wide. So we're planning just how Fast Clubs runs Red Ribbon Week and has dress-up days and gets school participation and promote awareness. Same thing, anti-vape, but it's going to be across all the schools. So, everyone whether in Mohai, Downey, whatever high school you go to, you have the same dress-up day for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. And Friday, we're planning to have a shirt given out, and some kids actually, Carson Crons of Mohai and other kids have actually designed T-shirts that we can use. So we're probably going to vote on one to decide on. And then we're thinking to reach, similar to Tournament of Talent, we're going to try to reach out to other businesses and try to fund the T-shirt, as well as just sell them throughout the week at all these campuses. And then the kids can wear them on the Friday, which would be really cool. Right now, we just want to make a shirt that kids are willing to wear because, not everyone, unfortunately, not everyone's willing to wear a shirt that's, anti-vape. So we're trying to make it as common as possible, and everyone's trying to wear, which is a challenge, but we're getting there. So that's pretty much Inter-High right now. Oh, and also right now we're tackling the sponsors for Tournament of Talent, and we're distributing. We've decided that each school has to raise $400 minimum for funds of Tournament of Talent, and schools are already starting to do that, and they've already contacted certain sponsors, and that's going well.
Good.
What is the date?
Thank you. The date.
For
Tournament of Talent.
I actually don't know off the top of my head. I probably should know that, but I think it's I don't actually know off the top of my head. It's
Okay.
It's okay.
If you find it out later, you can.
yeah.
Yes.
That's something I should know, my bad. But I'll get to you on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Brown has something, and then go ahead.
So I'm intrigued by this letters from Santa or to Santa?
It's letters to Santa.
Letters to Santa. How do they make money? Who pays what?
You know, I'm not sure. The details are because Enoch didn't do it, so I'm not too entirely sure. But I asked them. So every letter you write, you raise $2, and I'm not too sure about the foundation how it works, but every letter you write to Santa. If anyone knows more about it, but
I know in years past, I believe it's Macy's
that's
that
right,
does it, and there's a day they establish a day that if they turn in all of their letters on one day, they double it. So if it's $2 per letter, they turn in the number of letters, and then they double it on that day, and they've been doing that for a while now.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, so I think a lot of the leadership, I think the leadership class tried to write as many as they could, as well as I'm guessing the entire student body, because that's so many letters to write. So
Right.
it's really cool though. It's really
That
impressive.
is. That's so great.
Yeah.
Did Miss Hinkle come up? Did you find a date? The date? April 29th. The date of the.
She's told me before. I just forget.
That's all
yeah.
right. April 29th. At Downey? At Downey? Yes. Downey High School. All right. Thank you so much, Arnav. On to item B2, Board of Education will recess and convene as the Modesto City Schools Joint Powers Authority. So this is something we used to do at our December meeting, but we've moved it to our January meeting, and we are recessed as the MCS meeting, and now we are at the Joint Powers Authority. And I pounded again?
And convene it.
Okay, and now, that's right, I remember that now. And now we will convene as the Joint Powers Authority. Thank you. So, and our item on the first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the meeting of the December 10th, 2018.
I make a motion?
So I have Trustee Newman has made a motion to approve the minutes of the December 18th meeting. Do I have a second? Seconded by Trustee Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye. I didn't ask for a report on this. Were we supposed to have somebody come up and give us a report?
That would be me if you'd like.
I apologize, Mr. Zerly. I just
That's
was
okay.
moving on.
Thank you, President Marks.
Thank you. I suddenly thought, wait, I was supposed to have a report.
Typically, it would be Dwayne Wolterstorff, but he's out of town tonight, so I would take this over. And as previously stated by President Marks, this is an annual meeting, and it's an annual requirement. It's typically done in December, and we missed the December agenda for this. That's why you see it in January. But the Joint Powers Authority was formed in October 2009 for the sole purpose of issuing lease revenue bonds. The Joint Powers Authority issued a lease revenue bond, or what's called a Qualified School Construction Bond. You'll see that acronym QSCB, in June of 2010, and that was for the purpose of completing the final phase of Grigori High School. This is the sole purpose of this meeting and the sole purpose of the Joint Powers Authority. You've already approved the minutes from December 10, 2018, and now we ask that the board go through the annual election of the Joint Powers Authority 2020 officers.
Okay, item 2 is the annual election of the Modesto City Schools Joint Powers Authority 2020 officers. So do we have a motion?
I move to nominate the slate of proposed officers.
All right, do we have a second? A second by Trustee Irvin. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I was looking for something, but yes, aye.
Okay, so I will just list it off, I should have listed off before we did that, but the chair is the president of the board, the vice chair is the vice president of the board, the executive director is the superintendent, the associate executive director is the associate superintendent of business services, the treasurer is the senior director of finance services, and the secretary is the superintendent. So that's the slate of officers that we just elected for next year. The next item is the authorization of the annual audit of the accounts and records of the authority for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019, and direction to staff to transmit the report accordingly.
And again, this is another reason why it would typically be done in December. That's when we transmit the documents accordingly. But we are asking the JPA board to authorize the annual audit, which is part of the district's annual audit. You'll see that in the next agenda item. And to transfer the annual audit of the accounts and records to the for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019.
Okay, are there any questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Brown?
So how much longer will this this entity need to exist?
Good question. Is that,
I believe it was in 2027. I believe is the what the is when the end of that is.
that's very possible, so. All right,
So essentially it ends when the bonds are paid off,
Correct.
2027.
yeah, that's what I was thinking that was correct about the date. Okay, so do I have a motion to do the authorization of the annual, I'm gonna read it again, the annual audit of the accounts and records of the authority for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019, and direction to staff to transmit the report accordingly. Do I have a motion? Mr. Brown? Trustee Brown, trustee Newman seconds that. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. And that moves us to item 4, period for public presentations. Is there anyone in the public wishing to comment on the Joint Powers Authority that Modesto City Schools just, this item? Seeing none, we will move on and reconvene. I will close, thank you. I will close the Joint Powers Authority Board meeting, and we'll reconvene as the Modesto City Schools Board of Education. And now we move on to item B4, the approval of acceptance of the district's 2018-19 financial statements and auditor's report. Mr. Zerly.
Thank you again, President Marks. We are pleased to have the managing partner of our audit firm, Mr. Dave Randall, here to present the audit to the Board of Trustees for acceptance. You've seen Dave before. You've seen Dave's firm before. So this is not a new firm. If you notice the name, the name on the audit report, typically you've seen this as Vavrinick Trine Day and Company.
Yeah.
They have a new name this year due to a merge. I'll let Dave explain that to you.
Sure, sure. I wish I was the managing partner of Ide Bailey. I'm just a lowly partner out of the little Fresno office. So anyway, once again, thank you for having me all, Superintendent Noguchi and members of the board. Back again with a big audit report. Yes, there's a name change on the front. Ide Bailey, our previous firm, Vavrinick Trine Day and Company, we were a firm just in California. We had about 30 partners, about 300 people, did a lot of school districts and some other things, audited some cities and counties and so forth. And over the last year or two, we've been kind of courted by a larger firm called Ide Bailey. Ide Bailey, their head office is actually in Fargo, North Dakota, but they have offices all over the western United States, this side of the Mississippi, but they weren't in California. And they want to get in California because they do a lot of agriculture and they do a lot of hospitals, and they want to get into California. And the best way for them was to acquire a firm in California, get their name in here, footprint in California. And it was good for us also. Our cultures fit. They're very down to earth, very good firm. Our cultures fit very well together. And for us, a little bit smaller firm, but we had a lot of things coming down the pipe. There's a lot of technology, data analytics, things like that we were going to have to get into and spend a lot of money and figure out, and Ide Bailey already has all that down. So it was good for us in that sense. So anyway, so this year we merged. It was effective July 22nd, I believe. And so now we are called Ide Bailey after being VTD since 1948. Wow. But it's a great firm. Their top guns came to Fresno to our office and visited. They like what we do. Even though we have a lot of processes we need to change, they're pretty much leaving our Fresno office alone. And our Fresno office is just Bill, my office managing partner, and myself are the two partners, and we have 13 or 14 audit staff. And all we do out of Fresno is audit school districts from maybe Oakdale is our northernmost all the way down to Bakersfield, and then we have a few over in Salinas and a few up in Sonora. So that's what we do out of the Fresno office.
All right, thank you.
You got it. So anyway, here's the big report, and I did have the opportunity to sit down with Superintendent Noguchi, a couple of the bargaining unit people, and a couple of board members couple separate meetings, but we worked it through. So we went through a little more detail in the report, which is, there's a lot of detail in the report. And there's nothing really outstanding in here, nothing wrong, nothing major. We had a good opinion on the financial statements. So what I'm going to do is just quickly look at our opinion on the financial statements, kind of go through the format of the financial statements, look at a couple of the notes and schedules, and then go to the findings section from there. So we'll start on page 2. And page 2 is the independent auditor's report. Pretty much the same format as you would have seen the last few years. The important part is on page 3 at the top under the opinions header. And if you read that paragraph there, you'll see that based on our audit, in our opinion, the financial statements of the district are fairly presented. So it's called an unmodified opinion. That's a good opinion. So following that independent auditor's report, starting on page 5 is what's called the management discussion and analysis. It gives you an overview of the financial statements, provides you just some summaries of financial statement data in comparative format with the prior year. It goes into some summaries of your capital assets and long-term obligations, and it runs a few pages long through page 13, and then your financial statements actually start on page 14. So you actually have two sets of financial statements. You have what are called the government-wide financial statements, and then you have your fund financial statements. The government-wide financial statements are on pages 14 and 15. So what these two statements are, the statement of net position on page 14 is essentially a balance sheet, to use a generic term, and the statement of activities on page 15 is an income statement. So on page 14, how these work is they combine all the district's funds, your general fund, adult education, child development, cafeteria, deferred maintenance, all the funds are combined together, and then they're presented on the full accrual basis of accounting. So on this balance sheet, as compared to your fund balance sheet, in the assets section, you'll see your capital assets are listed there. In the liabilities section, you'll see your long-term obligations are listed there, along with your net pension liability for PERS and STIRS. So that's the major difference between the funds financial statements and these two financial statements, is that these incorporate the activity and balances of your long-term debt and capital assets. So on page 15 is the income statement. It's kind of a big, ugly-looking income statement, and it's essentially all your funds combined, all the expenses for the year, and we do these conversion entries to convert it into the full accrual basis of accounting as compared to your fund financial statements, which are presented on the modified accrual basis of accounting. So if you looked at this statement on page 14, there's a couple big numbers there. Well, first off, in the assets section, you can see the last 3 items in the assets section, your capital assets there. You have capital assets not depreciated, which is land and construction in progress, capital assets that are being depreciated, and less the accumulated depreciation on those. Then down in the bottom of the liabilities section, you'll see your long-term obligations there. It shows the current portion and the non-current portion. So you have $220 million in long-term obligations. And you also have your aggregate net pension liability, you'll see there, in the amount of $401 million. So that's your portion of STIRS and PERS unfunded pension liability as of the end of the year. And all our school districts get allocated a portion of that based on PERS and STIRS, huge liability. So it's allocated to you based on what you contributed into those two organizations in the prior year in comparison with other districts and entities. So these are the two big government-wide financial statements. And if you turn the page to page 16, start with your fund financial statements. So these are your fund financial statements, and these are essentially mirrors of the unaudited actuals that you approved back in the fall. That's what we get. That's what we audit, your unaudited actuals, accounts receivable, payable, cash, investments, everything in those. So those are here. It looks a little different. It's set up by what's called major and non-major governmental funds. General funds always major, so it gets its own column. And then the other funds, every year there's a calculation done, and they're either determined as major or non-major based upon their year-end balances or their activity. So you can see there's one other fund there that has its own column, the Special Reserve Capital Outlay Fund, and that's also a major fund. Then all your other funds, adult ed, all the way through cafeteria and bond interest and redemption funds, they're all combined in that third column there. So this is your balance sheet. This is where you ended the year. For example, in the general fund, you can see you had assets of 129 million, liabilities of 28.5 million, and the residual amount, your fund balance, of 100 million and 528,000. So that's how that one works. And we'll skip a couple pages. Pages 17 and 18 is just a reconciliation between the two balance sheets. It shows all the reconciling items related to capital assets and long-term debt that make up the difference between the two. But then on page 19, we have your second fund balance sheet, or fund financial statements, which is called the Statement of Revenues, Expenditures, and Changes in Fund Balance, just a big long name for an income statement. So again, this is for your funds. It's set up by major and non-major governmental funds, just like the balance sheet was. So this is the activity that occurred during the year in your funds that got you to those balances at the end of the year. So again, you can see the revenues for your general fund for the year were $407 million. Then if you go down a little ways, you'll see expenditures were $398 million. And then we have another little section called Other Financing Sources and Uses. It's not really operating revenues or expenses. And those are transfers in, transfers out between funds, and also includes proceeds from debt. So you had some capital leases that you entered into, and you issued more bonds. So those are presented down in that section. And then you can see in the general fund, it resulted in a net increase in fund balance of $10.9 million, added to your prior year ending fund balance of $89.5 million, brought you to that ending fund balance of $100,528,000. So that's how your governmental funds statements work. The next two pages are just another reconciliation page, this time between the two income statements, the modified accrual and the full accrual. And all the items are in here are relate to the activity for capital assets and long-term debt that made up the differences between the two. And then on pages 22 through 24, you do have a proprietary fund, an internal service fund for self-insurance for your workers' comp, property and liability, and dental benefits. Proprietary funds get their own financial statements. You've got a balance sheet there called the Statement of Net Position on page 22, so you can see where the fund ended the year. And then you've got an income statement, the Statement of Revenues, Expenses, and Changes in Fund Net Position on page 23. So there you see the activity that occurred in the fund during the year to get you to that ending balance. And then proprietary funds also get a statement of cash flows that show you that the activities on a cash basis during the year, and the change in the cash in the fund during the year. So you can see you had cash flows from operating activities, from non-capital financing activities, and from investing activities, which was just interest. And then you can see there was an increase in cash in the fund of $1.1 million, and the fund ended with $17.2 million. And then we do have a couple more financial statements on pages 25 and 26 for your fiduciary funds, and you do have scholarship trusts. So here on page 25, it's the Statement of Net Position, essentially a balance sheet for these. So there you can see the amount of the scholarships in total, their deposits and investments of $1.3 million. And then you can see the net position of those funds by each of the schools' account balances for the scholarships. And the agency funds is just a combination of all your associated student body accounts combined together, the amount of money they have in the bank. So all your student bodies had a little over $3 million at the end of the year. And then the last financial statement on page 26, trust funds get their own little income statement. Agency funds do not, so you don't see the ASBs here. So you can see the activity for the year in your scholarships. It's just segregated by additions and deductions and for each high school. So you can see the activity for the year that got you to the ending balance for the scholarships. So that's the end of the financial statements, and they're followed by the notes of the financial statements, which run maybe 40 or 50 pages long, and they just give you a lot more detailed information on the items in the financial statements, some accounting policies, and so forth. So we'll just look at a couple items and we'll turn to page 48. Page 48 is note number 10, long-term obligations. So I'd just like to take a look at this note so you can kind of remind yourselves where you are with all your long-term debt. So the table on page 48 is the summary of all your long-term obligations, and it gives you your beginning balance for each item at June 1st, 2008, or July 1st, 2018. And you can see the additions and deductions to each of those items and then the balance at the end of the year. So if you look down a little bit here, you can see 3 or 4 lines down, you can see the new bonds that you issued during the year, 16 million and 11 million. And if you look a little farther down, you'll see that qualified school construction bond that Tim was just referring to, that the JPA was created in order to issue. And its balance is sitting there at 16,420,000. You guys have an escrow account set up for that, to pay that off. There's a paragraph, a couple pages, we'll look at it in a second, that shows you what the balance is in there. And every year the district contributes $600,000 or $700,000 into that escrow account every year, and it's just gradually growing. And then in 2027, the balance in there should be sufficient to pay off that $16 million debt. So it's just a big balloon payment at the end. This footnote does run a few pages long, and it gives you a lot of payment schedules for all your bonds and your capital leases and the qualified school construction bond. You'll see some other items there. Compensated absences, that's accrued vacations. And then your net other post-employment benefits liability is also included in there. That's the last item in that table you'll see. So that's your retiree benefits liability, health and welfare. And then if you wanted to see that on page 52, in the middle of the page, we have a big paragraph there for those qualified school construction bonds that talks about them, mentions the liability. It was for Grigori High. And the escrow balance as of June 30th, 2019 was $6.9 million. And so we've got 7-8 more years, and you will have enough money in that escrow account to pay that off, right, Tim?
That's correct.
All right, sounds good. So from there, why don't we move all the way to page 89. And page 89 is what's called the reconciliation of annual financial and budget report with the audited financial statements. And this page is where we would present any audit adjustments that we had during the year to any of the district funds. You know, when we're auditing accounts receivable, payable, if we found any receivables that we thought weren't good or payables that you didn't accrue, you would see them here. So this is nice to have a big blank empty page that said we had no audit adjustments during the year. And then the next page, page 90, is the schedule of financial trends and analysis. This page at the top of that table gives you a little income statement for the general fund over a 3-year period, along with, in that first column, the coming year's adopted budget. So you can see the changes that occurred in the general fund over that 3-year period. A little more than halfway down that table, it also shows you your available reserves. So in the 2019 column, you can see you ended the year with available reserves of a little over 63 million, and your available reserve percentage was 16.1%. So what that percentage means is it takes your available reserves of 63 million, you divide that by your total expenditures during the year, and then you get that percentage. So we keep an eye on that if our districts are getting low, and then we start to, you know, make some comments, and 16% is very good for a district your size, in my opinion. We don't opine on that, but, you know, we have some districts that get low, get down to 5%, and it starts to make me nervous, and I don't like that because then bad things can happen, as they did 10 years ago. So from there, we'll move on to page 92. And page 92 it's in the schedules, supplementary information section, but it's essentially a balance sheet, and it's for all those non-major governmental funds that were combined into a single column in the previous financial statements. So here on page 92, it's a two-page financial statement. You can see all of the other district funds and their ending year balances, all the way from adult education through the debt service fund. And that debt service fund, by the way, is solely for that qualified school construction bond. You can see the balance there of that $6.9 million. And then on the next page, page 93, is the income statement for all your non-major governmental funds. So here you can see the activity that occurred in all those funds during the year. And from there, why don't we go to page 106, the findings. So on page 106, financial statement findings. This is where we would typically have any findings at the district office related to internal control issues that we find when we're doing that testing. But as you can see, we have a nice big blank empty page just with the words none noted there, or none reported rather. So we like to see that. So there were no financial statement findings. Page 107, we also do a single audit where we test compliance on your federal programs, and we had no compliance issues, so none noted there. And then for your state award findings on page 108, we also test a lot of your state programs. The state controller's office puts out an audit guide every year, and we have to test everything from your whole attendance system procedures and instructional time and your school accountability report cards, and there's a whole list of things that we look at, and we had no findings there as well. And page 109, summary schedule of prior audit findings. If we had had any findings in the prior year, we would list them here, and you would see the resolution of those findings there. But as you can see, we had none in the prior year. Now, however, we also issue what's called a management letter. We always have, but the state controller wants it in the back of the report here. Now, we used to issue it separately, and this is where we put usually internal control deficiencies that we don't feel are significant deficiencies. They're not significant enough to go in the audit report itself, and so we put them in a management letter. And for all our districts, it's almost always associated student body findings. So we have a few of those again. We did at Enox High. We found that student body funds were used to pay cash awards to students who participated in cookbook sales, and that's nice and great, and maybe it motivates kids to sell more cookbooks. But you really shouldn't be giving cash awards. I know some districts, they'll give prizes or tickets to a pizza party or I don't know, they have to get creative, but shouldn't really be giving out cash. I don't know if there's any ed code that says you can't do it. I think I've read before that if there is board policy, maybe small amounts can be, but it's kind of like stay away from that, in my opinion. So we did have that finding there at Enox. And then at La Loma on page 111, we had a finding on cash receipts where we noted the site administrator was not issuing cash receipts when receiving money. So that's a big no-no. They should have a pre-numbered receipt book and issue receipts, and then all those receipt sequences should match the deposits that go back to the district office the way you do it here. They come to the district office. So we'd like to see that implemented. Then there was also some issue with deposits not made timely. Sometimes they throw the money in the safe or lockbox or wherever they keep it at the school site and don't get around to depositing it. We'd like to see that done at least weekly or more often. If large amounts of cash are collected on Monday and Tuesday, then try and see if you can get that deposit made on Tuesday, and then Friday again as well. Don't like to see cash sitting in the school over the weekend. Then we had one last one, Tuolumne Elementary School. We found they didn't have a lot of activity going on there, but they did have yearbook collections dating all the way back to October 2018 that weren't entered in the system and weren't deposited to the district until March of 2019. So that meant that a lot of money was sitting at the school site for a long time when it should have been deposited. And they also had a book fair, which took place in November. The funds from the book fair were turned into the school site office timely, but they weren't counted, they weren't recorded, and they weren't deposited to the district office till months later in February of 2019. So again, that should be done daily, weekly, as often as possible. Dealing with cash, you want to get it recorded and out of your hands as quickly as possible and move it along. And that was the last of those. So I know there's a lot of information in there. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. Brown has a question.
So in all my years of serving on school boards, every time we've had an audit report, there have been findings in the ASB money, whether that be elementary, junior high schools, or high schools. Is this a spot check, or is this checking all of the accounts?
All of our school districts, ever since I started in the 90s, and I'm sure before I started, we always make sure to get every school in the rotation at least once every 3 years. And then we test the internal controls for the student bodies at those schools and the attendance procedures at the school site at least once every 3 years. So it depends. If a district has 3 schools, then we do one every 3 years. If a bigger district, we have this big spreadsheet and we make sure and you got all your schools in at least once every 3 years. And then like these findings that are in here this year, even though those schools won't be in the rotation next year, we will follow up on those findings to see if they were implemented. So
Great. Well, since we always find findings in the ASB accounts, I'm curious, has your firm encountered a district that has been able to avoid this? And are there any best practices that we need to adopt?
I don't know what to say. Yeah, we have some schools that have not had findings, even occasionally a big high school with lots of activity. And usually it's, you get lucky, you have a really good, strong person running it, generally, which is tough to find. Especially in a big high school, there's so many people collecting money, advisors, you're dealing with a football coach who wants to do his own thing, and if you don't have a big, strong person in there taking care of everything, getting on people, you got to have district support, which is tough. The business office is busy, which they do a great job, by the way, no findings there. But it's tough everywhere we go. I mean, our firm, we do probably 250 school districts in the state, and probably at least 95% of them have ASB findings. The other ones might be a little single-site elementary, Grattan Elementary or something, and they don't have findings because they don't have any activity. So
I'm glad to see that we don't have any major findings, but I see that there's a place that we can maybe put a little bit of effort as a district to make sure that we protect the kids' money too.
Right. It is the kids' money. And when something does happen, occasionally, rarely, fortunately, it goes in the newspaper and
yeah, it seems like when you hear findings about school money disappearing, it's usually the kids' money that's gone. So I think we need to just really pay close attention to that and make sure that we're good stewards of their money too.
Right.
Thank you.
Trustee Newman?
Thank you, Mr. Rendell, for your report, and thank you for meeting with us. Trustee West and I met with you on the phone,
right.
So face with the voice. And I asked you this question when we met on the phone, but it's probably worth repeating publicly. And that is, I'm on page 90, and we're looking at that percentage reserve, and we were talking about that percentage of where we're at. Now, when we look out, and Mr. Zierli can chime in on this as well, when we look out for the next year budget, we're going down, correct, on that anticipated reserve amount. Where would you, and in this reserve line, GASB requires you, now GASB is the Government Accounting
Standards Board.
Standards, those are the principles you have to do this report by, right?
Yes. This is not a GASB required schedule, though.
Okay, but when you look at the percentages of the reserve, and when you calculate the reserve, GASB has certain requirements that what has to be included in that?
In the available reserves, yes,
Yeah.
it's all your unassigned fund balance in the general fund. And you do have a Fund 17, which is a special reserve, special revenue fund. What does it have? $8 or $9 million in it, I believe. 8 point something.
And we've earmarked that as a board, right?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so your principles require that you calculate it in that percentage, but we've earmarked that for particular things that we would see down the road that we might need to as a need.
Exactly.
But I just want to point out that your standards require us to disclose that as just regular reserves, but we've earmarked some of those funds.
Yeah, if you've earmarked it, if it's been assigned or committed by the district, then it wouldn't be in the reserves.
But Fund 17 would be.
Not necessarily. If Fund 17 can also be assigned or committed assigned by administration and the board, or committed by the board. So because Fund 17 is really just an extension of the general fund, because you call it a special revenue fund, but it doesn't really have an outside special revenue coming in like the cafeteria fund or adult ed. So it's really just an extension of the general fund. So those funds can also be assigned or committed, and they wouldn't fall into the unassigned. You know, if you want to look at the fund balance footnote, we could see that real quick, which is on page 50. If I can find it, it will be on page 55, 60. So there you can see the 5 major components of the fund balance: non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. So there in the general fund, you can see the total unassigned, the 63 million. That was the amount of your reserves on that schedule we were just looking at. And then the remaining fund balance of the general fund, some was non-spendable in non-spendable form, some was restricted, ending balances of certain state programs.
So you see, we've assigned the Curriculum Delivery Reserve
Yes.
Fund, the $8.4 million. We've assigned that. So that is not part of the $63 million.
Okay. So
And
that
to-
wouldn't be part of the 13% or the 16% over here?
Exactly.
And to answer, I believe, your question, we just went to Sacramento to the governor's budget workshop, and they presented average unassigned ending fund balances, and I believe for Unified District, as of 2017 was the latest one. It was around 16% for a Unified District. So we're right in that statewide average range. We are considered a Unified District just by nature because of the students we serve, but that's about the average statewide was 16%.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Trustee Walker?
I think Mr. Zierle picked up on it, but I was going to point out after Trustee Newman's question about that BART that was the action we took after last year's audit was specifically, and I forget what we called it, marking it. And we had a board resolution to mark those curriculum funds so that they would not be considered part of the extra money because it was being counted as such, but it really wasn't. Because we're always putting money into that account. The intent is to use it for curriculum and adoptions. And the idea being, at least my thought was, why would we count that as surplus extra money when it really isn't going to be used for that? And that was the accounting mechanism we used coming out of last year. And you just pointed it out because now it's no longer counted as surplus. Because we've, whatever you called it, marked it, we passed a resolution, we did something that can then only be undone by a future board vote to undo that, which would then move it back into the reserve, correct?
Correct. It's assigned. The board has assigned it.
Okay, so are there any comment? Thank you very much for that report.
You're welcome.
And then are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, back to the board for this is approval item, so.
I move for approval.
So Trustee Newman moves approval of let me read it, approval of acceptance of the district's 2018-19 financial statements and auditor's report, seconded by Trustee Brown. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your
Thank you
report.
all.
And thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for coming tonight. We hope you don't have any fog going back to Fresno. All right, item B5, report on projected enrollment for fall 2020. Mr. Zierle?
again. We are here to present to the board our projected enrollment, and you'll see here general education is highlighted on this slide. These are projected student enrollments for general education by the following grade levels: TK to 6, 7, 8, and 9, 12. And we'll talk about our next steps and then any questions that the board may have. So why do we project student enrollment? It's the starting point. It is the basis for everything we do in our budget development. And it starts the projection for our revenue for the budget. The size of our budget is based on the number of students that we serve. It's the starting point and the basis for our school site budgets, our general education staffing levels for certificated, mainly for certificated staffing, but we do have some classified staffing levels based on student enrollment. Also facility needs. Are we based on our trend for more students or less students? What type of facilities are we going to need? Are we going to need more? Do we have some excess available for other use? And then, as stated, special education and alternative education students are not part of our current enrollment projections. We use our existing numbers. So what we have right now at this point in time is what we project for next year, and we use that for planning purposes. We base our student enrollment projections on grade level cohort progression. That means how many second graders we have today, how many third graders we're going to have next year. And that's how we determine our grade level cohort progression. A lot of times we assume if we have a class full of second graders, we're going to have a class full of third graders next year. Data suggests we do not retain 100% of our students, so there is some loss of students between grade levels year over year. Birth rates, we'll talk about birth rates in a minute, but we use that to project out potential now transitional kindergartners and kindergarten enrollment populations. Inter-district transfer requests, are those going up or down? We'll talk about that as well. And also housing developments within the attendance boundaries. Unfortunately for our elementary district, there aren't any new plan developments for housing growth within the elementary boundaries, but there are some within the high school boundaries. So depending on the age of the families that move into those housing develops, we may get them right away if they're high schoolers, or it may take some time for them to go through our feeder districts and then get to us. But we do watch the housing developments that are coming within our attendance boundaries. So our total enrollment, again, for general education for next year, projected is 27,418 students. Currently, we had this year 27,619, so that is a decrease of 201 students, and you can see by the following grade levels where the loss is. 260 at K6, 75 students is projected to be lost at 7-8, and we are, again, because of the housing development where the growth is in each district, we are going to see an increase in our 9-12 student population. And again, that's based on our current feeder district 8th grade population. So for TK6, we're projecting 10,535 students. That's down from current year levels 10,795, 260 students. And you can see, again, as we talk about cohort progression, you can see the last 3 years in this grade level how we've lost students. And so it's some years have been greater than others. 260 puts us right about in the average of the last 3 years, if those numbers hold true. And then we use our existing TKK numbers that we have right now. That's our basis, our starting point for those grade levels for next year in the projection. 7-8 enrollment, 3,088 students are projected for next year. That's down slightly from 3,163 or 75 students. And you can see this grade level has been steady for the last 3 years. So we'll monitor this and see if that 75 student loss projection holds true based on the last 2 years. But this is mainly because we are seeing smaller class sizes going into 7th and 8th grade from 6th grade. So that's we're now seeing the result of our smaller class sizes at the lower grade levels now getting into the 7th grade population, which is why you see a decrease, for a projected decrease for next year. 9-12 enrollment, this is the one positive we have, a projected increase of 134 students at 9-12 grade levels, from 13,661 to a projected enrollment for next year, 13,795. And you can see how that compares to the last 3 years. We did have we hope, an anomaly in 2017-18, a dip of 147 students, and so we'll see if that holds true and how that projects for the future. But again, we have a larger incoming 9th grade class from our feeder districts that we'll experience next year at these grade levels. Live births in Stanislaus County. This is kind of hard to get the information. This is why you see it goes to 2017. We're working on getting 2018 information for, and these are for mothers that have a zip code in Stanislaus County. And you can see the trend in live births to a high level in 2016 of 7,859. We're going to be interesting to see if 2018 holds to the 2017 level. You can see a rather sharp decrease from 16 to 17, but the state of California as a whole saw a decline in that year, and actually a 3% decline in live births for the state of California. So we're waiting 2018 to see how that trend will move forward. Another positive and another thing we watch is inter-district transfer movement. That is movement, either requested movement out of our district to another district or into our district from another district. And for the current year, we have a net loss of 782 students. How's that positive? Well, that's 200 less than the prior year. It was 982. The prior year was our net loss. And then you can see the exiting, how many students are coming in and how many students are exiting, and by grade level. The largest percentage of our loss is at the K-6 grade level, 597 students, a net loss out of Modesto City Schools to surrounding neighboring districts. Next steps, TKK registration begins February 4th. So we believe that's a positive this year, and it's going to give us an opportunity to sooner track our kindergarten and transitional kindergarten registrations to see how that compares to our existing current year numbers. It's going to give us time, a little more time. You know, if we see a spike in registrations, then Human Resources has ample time then to be able to recruit if we need additional positions now that we're registering families earlier. We did have this year a 56 student increase in transitional kindergarten in 1920 from 2018-19. We hope to see that trend continue. That's a very healthy growth pattern that we have, and we hope to sustain that. And because of that, and to help maybe get more students into transitional kindergarten, we're looking at an additional transitional kindergarten location for 2020-21 that would provide more opportunities for our families spread out throughout the district than what we currently have. We're also this spring, going to be monitoring the inter-district requests. Associate Superintendent Mark Herbst has got a great plan together to monitor the requests and document and track the reason for the request. Why are families leaving? And so we will now have the data that we're going to request the data from the families in order for us to have a better idea of the reason for the inter-district requests. And then we're going to be exploring recommendations from the alternative education analysis. More about that will come. This is another of our department analysis that we've had completed. And so there'll be recommendations brought to the board based on that recommendation, and we believe it would and could have a positive impact on our enrollment numbers. So with that, are there any questions?
All right, any questions from board members? I have one. Let's see, on the page that shows the net loss of students, I just was
and I was trying to calculate the cost of that. It was the one where it shows 201 students this year, and then next year it was 260 students on the, I believe on the next page. Wait, it was a net loss. I thought it went from 201 to 260, but anyway, so 200 students this year. And I don't know what the average, so what is the average cost that, or the amount of funding that we receive for ADA? Is about 10,000? I was just trying to average it out.
We use about $15,000 as an estimate per student.
Okay, I didn't calculate that. So,
You know, that
yeah.
we would either get or lose in this particular case.
Okay, yeah, and if we did that, that's a net loss of $3 million. So that's this year. If we lost another 200 next year, that's another loss of $3 million. So that'd be $6 million over 2 years of a decrease in our revenues coming into our district. So that just makes you go, okay, it is, and I know we're working on this to try to find out why students are leaving. We don't have any control over some of these, the number of homes being built, the birth rate, the list that you had here of, you know, all the, and then we're working on the inter-district transfers. So I guess I'm just not asking a question, but my question was, how much is it? And then as we look to the future, do we see any changes in that? Because it's right now, it looks like it's kind of trending down still with the 100 to 200 students a year.
Well, clearly there's a financial impact for losing the student. Not to mention that we believe, I mean, the best opportunity is with them at Modesto City Schools for that family. So, yes, there are the very aggressive campaigns that have been brought forward by the superintendent, both in marketing and communication, but also in operations that we believe will have an impact, a lasting impact. And hopefully these numbers, these are projections, will look different when we report our student enrollment to you in the fall. But we will, because of the pattern that we've experienced the last 3 years, this is the basis for our projection that we have.
Yeah, and that's helpful. And I really appreciated being able to work on the budget committee to see how can we reduce students leaving our district and increase students coming in, and just the different ideas that were thrown around were great. I mean, people had some great ideas in that meeting, so I look forward to seeing some of those come to fruition at some point. But I know it's hard because I was here when we went up, and we didn't have enough room for all our students. We had to go to multi-track year round. I remember that year was, oh my gosh, we have no space for all these students. And then now we're back down to traditional schedule for everybody, and they all can make it, but it's hard. But I like seeing that we have more students coming into high school, and so that's helpful in this. So I see Trustee Walker has a question.
I guess it was just to pick up on what President Mark said, and that to go back to what you talked about in the report, there's a net decrease statewide. It's not unique to Modesto City Schools, and there are districts in Southern California who have seen much larger percentage decreases, and it goes sort of hand in hand, not just with birth rates, but, and we talked about this, I think the last time we talked about student attendances, there is sort of a net exit going out of California due to expenses, costs, etc. And so it's not a situation that's unique to us other than our little piece of the pie, but there's a much bigger trend statewide that's out there just as well that sort of, whatever, for lack of a better way to put it, puts pressure on the system no matter what we do, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct, and I think that's why the emphasis, at least from my seat, is important to minimize how many we lose. Those are families we have, and to do what we can to keep those families as well.
Thank you.
Trustee Newman?
Thank you, Mr. Zierli, for your report and the thoroughness of this. Just want to comment on something that Trustee Walker was saying, that it's, exodus from California. I think the demographics are really more the issue. There's a lower birth rate. And so a 3% decline in birth rate is significant. And so this decline that we're seeing is going to impact us for some years. So this is not, those type of trends of economic trends of housing affordability and those issues. That's not as big of an impact as just the fact that people aren't having as many babies. So those are our customers, our students, that's a reality of where we're at. What I was going to ask Mr. Zierli about is the interdistrict transfers. Those are interesting. That number is interesting because we have 16. Let's see. If I'm reading the number right, it's 1,699. That exited on interdistrict transfers, but then there's 900 that are coming in of that 1,600. Is that how you're reading?
Correct.
Okay. So we have 1,699 transfers, and there's 900 of those that are coming in. Okay, so that's exciting because it's more coming in than leaving. So, why are they coming? Right? Am I reading that number wrong?
You're correct. No, we have 900 families that
Coming in of the 1,600, right? No, there's 1,600
Right.
out.
900 comes.
900 are coming in. Okay. Two distinct. Okay, I'm glad I clarified that. All right, so those 900 that are coming in, have we done some figuring out why? I mean, if people are choosing it, rather than trying to figure out what people want, these are people that have chosen our district. What is it that they're wanting about our district? So have we done some work on that? And Mr. Herbst is going to answer me.
Yeah, the process we're putting in place next year is going to be beneficial in terms of going a little bit deeper in terms of our existing tracking mechanism for IDTs. I could just tell you, Tim and I have looked at this data over and over. I would tell you that I believe, and I would be fairly confident, a lot of those IDTs came with the reduction came because of full day kinder and some of the stuff that the board, through Superintendent Noguchi's leadership and your guys' approval, put into place. Because actually you would see a pretty sharp reduction in the elementary IDTs is really where the nexus was, so to speak.
So they leave to go get full day kindergarten and they don't usually come back.
Up until this point, yeah, and it's a good point. Once you decide to leave at kinder, you very, very rarely do you come back.
Okay.
Something else to consider, and again, this is the long game. I've always talked about moving the ship. It's going to take 4 or 5 years for this to come to fruition. So part of that is kinder. An earlier win is TK. That's the first time they're hitting classrooms, and we had an additional 57 or 47 this year. It's somewhere on there. And so that was a really large gain because those are the kids would then go into kinder and then stay through the cohort, and then any other siblings that come behind them. Because once you have siblings, and you end up going to the school that you're at. So, TK I think is a big win there also, and this was discussed in the budget study. And through a key communicators meeting, parents needing to have an opportunity to drop their kids off before school starts. Some of our schools don't start till 8:30, 9 o'clock, 7:15, or 8:15. It's just too long. So next year, rather than exploring it district-wide, we talked about it today, we're going to explore it at 5 or 6 key schools, provide early care, if you will. It's not going to be an academic program, but it'll be a care opportunity for parents. So if part of the reason is just strictly, I got to get to work and I got to find a place that my kids are going to be safe, we are going to be exploring that. And that came through the committee that MTA and Cindy Marks and others was on.
So that before school care, is that our idea to have that be not paid for by parents, but it would just be part of our programming?
Part of the program, even not an academic programming, and actually, I'm going to have Mr. Hurst speak to that. He gave a presentation on it this morning, so I'm going to.
Yeah, it would not be the equivalent of like a campus club. It would not be a for-pays, but the benefit would be, and I'll speak real quick about Associate Superintendent Godot. Prime example, he picked. We talked about it today. His elementary experience for his kids was based on the fact of when a school would be able to provide care before school actually starts. So as Dr. Noguchi said, we'll be targeting a number of schools. We're looking at 5 to 6 just this next year, to where we will offer the ability to open up those gates at a much more convenient time for families. That way they would be able to get to work, etc. So we're planning.
And I would encourage you to look at schools that that maybe we don't have the free ACEs program after school, that like our Lakewood, and where there are often 2 working parents, and so that would be something that would be very valuable. I know at Sonoma, where my own kids went, that would have been a valuable program there.
Sure.
So actually, Mr. Zerley can speak to this. We took a look this morning at specific school sites. So if we had a school site that has over 200 interdistricts going out, or Mr. Zerley had the numbers on that. There's some schools that have it in the hundreds. Those are the schools we're going to look to target, as opposed to schools that don't have any kids leaving. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to play this game of numbers, and we're trying to target the greatest need. We also recognize next year is just a stopgap. So the following year, our times across the district is going to change because of the law that went into effect for our 912. So we thought about going district-wide for next year, and we thought, why do that if it is going to change again in a year? And so let's target the ones where we had the majority interdistricts, and Mr. Zerley could speak to that.
To kind of expand on that, the K-6 numbers is about 600 students. We found probably 75% of that was at 4 to 5 schools. And so those are the ones we're targeting because we believe there's a nexus probably there between how early we open the gates, whether that parent wants to choose another school to go to. At Lakewood, for instance, I believe the inter-district transfer requests out were like in the 10 to 12 range. So it wasn't significant. Now, I'm granted, though, I'm assuming there's working parents that would benefit from that at some point in time. But we looked at what's our biggest impact to reducing that 600 student loss at K-6. And we found that it's mainly on our border schools. And so that's going to be the target.
Trustee West?
So my question is, we talked about before school care, and I know we have a lot of after school programs. Do we offer after school care at those border schools or at all of our schools, or?
Everyone except for the two non-Title I schools and then Sonoma. So there's 3 schools that do not have ACEs currently. That is Sonoma, Lakewood, and Enslin.
Okay.
All the rest of our elementary schools provide an ACEs program.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So that concludes for the board questions. Is there anyone from the public with comments? Seeing none, back to the board. This was a report. Thank you so much, Mr. Zerley. That was a very well done report. I appreciated all that information. Item B6, report on fall 2019 California School Dashboard. Mr. Godot.
Good evening, Board President Marks, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi, and Cabinet, and everybody in attendance this evening. It's my pleasure to welcome up to the front 3 of our senior directors in school leadership, Dr. Will Nelson, Lori Hewlin, and Dr. Heather Contreras, that will also be co-presenting with me this evening. And this evening we're going to be presenting an update on the California School Dashboard. So the update tonight will include, obviously, information around the dashboard. We'll talk about and show the state indicator performance, as well as school sites that were on differentiated assistance that are moving off. We've identified some that will moving on, and the good news is we've got a net loss of schools on differentiated assistance, so that's a big positive. And then we'll talk about next steps based on the data that we have, and then and then the questions that you have, we'll go there. So as always, Dr. Noguchi has us very focused on our district goals, and the work that we're doing around the dashboard is clearly aligned with Goal 1, which is increasing academic achievement and ensuring equitable access for all students for college and career readiness, as well as Goal 3, providing a safe and welcoming, respectful learning environment for all students and staff, community members, and effective district-wide communication. So on the state dashboard, there are 6 state indicators. 5 of them should look familiar to you because they've been around for a while. The one at the bottom, English Learner Progress, is new this year to the dashboard, and we'll talk about that a little bit further in the program. There are also 5 local indicators that are designated in the report, in the dashboard. And these 5 don't actually get what you're familiar with is the gauge or the dial, the performance indicator. These get a met, not met, or not met for 2 or more years. And these aren't based on the typical things that you would consider like a math or ELA. These are really items that are in the LCFF and LCAP, those questions. So just some general information around the dashboard. Again, you're probably familiar with the performance levels with from red to blue, working from left to right. We don't want anything in the red or the orange, and we really want everything in the green and the blue. And so as we go through the data tonight, you're going to see different performance indicators for those different state indicators. So what drives the performance indicator is the overall status versus change. So you see the little the infographic on the right. That is an example of a performance indicator. And you can see there the 10.3% chronically absent. That's the overall status or performance. Then beneath that, you'll see the data point declined 1%. That's the change from the prior year. So we use the overall status, or excuse me, the state uses overall status or performance combined with change from the prior year to come up with your color. And so we use this 5x5 grid. And so in the example here, if you had a, let's just say ELA, the status was high, meaning that the score, based on the score, was very high, considered high, and the change from the previous year was increased, not significantly, but increased, then we use that grid, it would show up in green. Okay, so the status and the change, those numbers that we use are different for each of the different state indicators. So in ELA, you'll have scale scores, and math, you'll have scale scores up and down, but they won't necessarily be the same for each of those indicators, which is why we don't show any of those numbers on this example. So we also have to consider population size when we are looking at the dashboard and what student groups are counted in the dashboard. So district schools and student groups receive a performance level for each state indicator if we have at least 30 students in the current and prior year. The exceptions to that are LEAs that receive a color for homeless and foster youth if they have at least 15 students in the current and prior year. So yes, we would receive a color for homeless and foster youth. So there's also the dashboard alternative school status, which is basically the dashboard for alternative ed schools. So Elliott receives a DAS report, and it's the same 6 state indicators. The dashboard looks exactly the same. The biggest difference is there are different methods for calculating those data points. So for example, graduation at a comprehensive school site would be a 4-year cohort. And at Elliott, it would be a 1-year grad rate. So the students that they receive that year, and there's some more to it than that, but generally speaking, that's what you're looking at, the difference between the DAS and the regular dashboard. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Senior Director Lori Hewlin for the next couple of slides.
All right, good evening, board. So we're going to begin by looking at some of the highlights for our data this year. Our suspension color maintained for both our K-8 and our 9-12 schools. Our K-8 schools improved in chronic absenteeism from yellow to green. Our high schools improved in language arts, math, and our graduation rate. And then we had 3 schools that improved in the CCI prepared rate for our high schools. Then our next slide gives a bit of an overview of our data by schools. So if we look at the suspension, the first indicator area, you'll see that there were 8 schools that earned a performance level of green and 8 schools in blue. In ELA, we had 2 schools in green. In math, we had 2 schools in green. In our chronic absenteeism, we had 9 schools in green and 1 in blue. Our next slide gives that same information for our 9-12 schools. So we can see in our suspension rate, we had 2 schools in the yellow. In our ELA, we had 1 school in green and 1 in blue. In our math, we had 1 in green. And then in our graduation rate, we had 3 in green and 2 in blue. So when we're looking at how these scores are determined or how these performances and our data is determined by the state, we look at each student individually and we determine distance from standard. So if you think about in a typical classroom, a student might score a 65% on a test, and the teacher has established that a 70% or C would be a passing score. So that student is 5% below standard, or in this case, the distance from standard would be a -5. So we take that same kind of thinking and put it onto this scale. So on this example, a meets standard is a 2531, and the student that we're giving as an example is 2502. So the student is 29 points below the lowest possible for meets standard. So their DFS is a negative 29. We then take all of the scores for all of the students either within the school or within the district and average them, and that's how that number is determined. So now Dr. Contreras is going to give you more specific information about how we did.
Good evening, Board President Marks, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, and Cabinet. So I have the fun part of this presentation in a lot of ways because I get to talk about what our performance looks like in our elementary district as well as in our high school district. And the part that's fun is where I think we would agree we want to push our data a little bit further. We are seeing positive trajectories on most of our data points, so it's always nice to have some positives to share. So in looking at the slide in front of you, English, our state indicator performance for English in the K-8 shows that we have maintained our color status of orange. At the very bottom of that slide, you will see the equity report. Those colors show our student groups that Brad talked about earlier, of the 30 or more students in different student groups or the 15 homeless or foster. Those numbers show how many student groups we have within the elementary district on the left-hand side of the slide, and where those groups fall. We don't have them specifically called out on this slide. This is what the public sees. In your board report, you do have those specifics for each of the schools as well as overall for the district. In 9-12, we increased our points in English, giving us an indicator of yellow. In mathematics, in our academics for K-8, we maintained with a color of orange. And in the 9-12, we increased with 8.5 points. For our state indicator performance suspension rate, usually we want to see the words increased. However, with suspension, we want to decline in those. So when you see the word decline related to suspension rate, that's a good thing. So in K-8, we did decline in suspension. So that's the number of students who have been suspended at least once. And we have a green indicator. In 9-12, we increased by 0.5%, so a slight increase with an indicator of orange. For our state indicator performance in the 9-12 with graduation rate, we saw an increase of 1.9%. I'd like to note that this year did include fifth-year seniors, or that additional fifth year. That is new. That data point is new. However, the state did make an allowance and complete a formula so that it was applied across the past years as well, so that we could do an apples to apples comparison of that data. We also in the 9-12 look at college and career readiness as a state indicator performance. College and career indicators are several different ways that you could be college and career ready in the 9-12. On those tiles, you can see the different ways. Namely, they are being in an IB program, having good scores of met or exceeds in the Smarter Balance summative assessment in 11th grade, taking and passing advanced placement exams, career and technical education pathway completion, completion of college credit courses, A through G completion, leadership and military science, as well as the state seal of biliteracy. For our college and career indicator, we have a decline of 3%. We have a color indicator of orange, and this is an area where our district has done a lot of work this year, and we would expect to see an increase for next year. Chronic absenteeism is a measure that is seen only in the K-8. We don't have that as an indicator for the 9-12. Our chronic absentee rate declined by 0.6%. Earlier this evening, you heard Dr. Noguchi talk about that as being something on our dashboard within our own internal systems that we're monitoring regularly, and we have seen a huge improvement in that at this point of the year this year. We would think that will suggest that next year is going to be a really strong highlight for us. And then finally, Brad spoke earlier about our English learners being having an LPAC assessment. That assessment looks at their progress over each year and if our English learners are showing growth. The LPAC is a new assessment. We've used it the last couple of years, but this is the first year we're collecting data on that. So there is not a baseline or a comparative. This year will be the baseline. You could see where our initial indicator is that it's low, and that's an area we'll be focusing on. And now Dr. Will Nelson will come and present a few more slides.
Good evening, members of the board and community, and Happy New Year. I've been seeing everyone. I'm going to go over the next few slides on differentiated assistance, and the basic way of understanding this is that it is our different student groups who meet based on the slide that you see in front of you and those bullets, two of those indicators. Now, the State Department of Education has basically allowed us to have additional funding that is utilized at the site level and the district level to build capacity to meet the various needs of our students. So our students that you will see, and as Dr. Noguchi pointed out, the good things that are happening, even our student representative stated it as well. As I go through the next slides, we do have some celebrations, but as Dr. Noguchi said, we have some work to do. So if we look at our elementary district and looking at our student groups, you will see that for the 2019 school year, there is not a student group identified as compared to 2018 where our homeless students. So our elementary district is doing some great work, and our high school district is also doing some great work. If you look at our homeless and African American groups that were identified in 2018, however, they were not in 2019. But here's that work. We have to continue the work with our English learners, as you can see, it's both 2018 and 2019, as well as with our students with disabilities who are identified this past school year. This slide tells you what our Associate Superintendent, Mr. Godot, pointed out, that the schools that were receiving their differentiated assistance has declined. We went from 8 schools, and we're having 5 schools exit out. And you can, when you read the slide, you'll see why those schools were identified. However, we have 3 schools continuing and 4 schools adding. So we'll have 7 schools this year that are receiving differentiated assistance. Now, Mr. Godot will go over the next steps.
Okay, so a lot of the information you're going to hear coming from me on the next 2 slides relative to next steps, you should have been hearing over the last several months, from the process last year to identify our strategic goals, to Dr. Noguchi's mid-year update, to now. There's not a lot of new because this has been the focus, so the work. So next steps around the academic core, when we're talking about curriculum, instruction, and assessments. The principal coaching model, which is the implementation of the model that we're building this year in Ed Services to support our school sites and our admin teams. Our collaboration, our regular collaboration with our teachers and our site admin is something that is going very well. We just looked at some data that we came through with our teachers that they took before winter break, and there's some positive data to share there. Our professional development plan, aligning our PD to the needs of our sites and of our students. Obviously, next steps around the data dashboard that we have, our internal data dashboard, as Dr. Noguchi spoke to earlier, is really keeping that data at the forefront for us, as well as the CTE redesign that you're going to be hearing about in the coming weeks and months. We have a focus with RISE, which is our intervention program at K-8. We also have MTSS going at K-8. We have expanded summer school that we're looking at, as well as English Learner Summer School, which will be new to the district this summer. Obviously, we're looking at the math redesign. That's been a topic of conversation for many months, as well as looking at increasing our inclusion of special education students in general ed classes. So there's a lot going on, and we're available for questions.
Okay. Questions? Mr. Walker, Trustee Walker.
I want to thank everybody for this report because, and I actually thought about this, I don't necessarily think the word is thank you as much as I have a great deal of empathy, because the scope on this thing is huge. It's every category, everything, everywhere, all over, and it's 1 year of data, not 2 or 3. I started working on this at Christmas. It's a lot, and so I think that's worth acknowledging, because it's a lot to dig through. My first question would be, without the colors, what do we define in Modesto City Schools as high performing and academic? I've heard folks use in different presentations, high performing this, high performing that. What is our internal definition of academically high performing? Because it's not a color, right? It's a number of at or above grade level. Does that make sense, how we would define high performing?
Well, in the context of the dashboard, high performing would be green and blue. Relative to where you're going, for an AP student, high performing might be scoring a 3 or higher on an AP assessment. Different subjects, different areas, different contexts for that. So I'm not really sure where to go with an answer to that, other than
70% at or above grade level, 60% at or above grade level if we're looking at an SBAC versus an AP versus something we don't. I'm trying to put a context on something that seems very fuzzy, because it depends on who you're looking at, where you're looking at, how you're looking at it, versus putting something concrete on it that's easy to understand versus something that's fuzzy. We'll skip it. Okay, my second question goes back to the actual dashboard, and I think one of the things I noticed immediately was there's a lot missing, in the sense that if you don't have a color, you don't have a data point. And I think that's one of the things Trustee Irvin sort of looked at me when we were looking at what you presented on suspension rates. There's dashes in the boxes. And so there's also quite a bit missing, correct? No, but there's in the report it's missing.
Right.
There's big
So-
long dashes.
So
If it
dashes
doesn't
in a
have-
box could potentially, for a student group, would indicate that maybe we didn't have enough students this year to be counted, or we had enough this year, but we didn't have enough last year.
Correct, but
So
there's-
without 2 years of the student population numbers that we need, then that isn't counted. For
It
the
doesn't
reporting.
mean there's not data there, it just means there's not two of it.
Correct. Through the dashboard, there isn't data that they're reporting outwardly to the public.
Second or the third question goes, looking at the academic data, and this is looking back over multiple years of change, because 1 year doesn't tell me a lot. At the elementary K through 8 level, you can find 3 years of color data. For the high school, you can only find 2 years of color data. In reality, there's 5 years of testing data. Why would we not look at that sort of, and I think one of the things I talked with Trustee Marks about was we used to see graphs that should show you a trend line over multiple years, up, down, even, sideways. We don't see that now. And at elementary K through 8, I've got 2, 3. At high school, I got 2. Why the difference? Why the disconnect? If there is one.
Well, based on the performance indicator with status or the performance and the change, sometimes that bar shifts from year to year. So scale scores that.
No, I mean,
so-
there's nothing on academic ELA or math 3 years back. It just stops at 2. Even on the data dashboard website, it stops at 2 years. Whereas K through 8 goes back 3, but yet there's 5 in reality of actual score data. But if you go look at the California website for the dashboard, K through 8 has 3 years of colors. High school only has 2. Not counting the fact that there's 5 years of data, but there's a disconnect there that I'm not clear where that comes from.
So, Trustee Walker, something that I can try to help define. So the California dashboard, what is it? The California dashboard is California state's accountability system that aligns to the other states within the United States. We were required in California and every other state, if we want federal dollars, to have an accountability system. What you just saw today was their accountability system. So our report isn't going out of the scope of what our accountability system is. That is our accountability system. Now, if there is something in addition that you need then other than what you saw here today, we certainly could dig up that data, and you certainly have access to that data as well. But really the purpose and the point and the intent of today is just to report out on the accountability system set up through the state of California.
Okay. I just, in reading, we're the only one of 2 states that uses this version of accountability system. The other 48 states aren't using, for whatever you want to call this, individual slow movement change color thing. It's us in Kansas. That's it. Nobody, and it took us 3 passes to get the feds to approve this. This thing got thrown back to Sacramento more times than a tennis ball, and so I'm just trying to understand where we landed. And I think the other issue I'm having is that it's 6 months late, which is not anybody in this room's fault. Okay, we're looking at last year's data in February, and school's out in 14 weeks. And so to me, our internal stuff makes a lot more sense potentially in August, if that makes sense. Because if we're making decisions, whatever this is going to change in 6 weeks because we're testing again. So this comes very, very late, which again is nobody's fault in this room. We have the same problem with CASP. It shows up in December and it was tested in March. And so the state has this disconnect. So I'm just trying to marry up what they're giving us versus what I would look at to make a decision. And I would think that we're looking at our internal data more than we're looking at this, if that makes sense.
I think it's both. So some of this data does come out, and some of the data comes out in the summer, and we use some of that data. We are currently working towards developing common assessments and using a common assessment across the district, working with our teachers union and others to see will that work across the grade span. So different bits and pieces we use earlier. This is just the summary. This is just kind of the autopsy at the end. Do we use it for anything at this point? No, it's a dipstick in the middle of the year because we've already used the data back in July and August and September. So
I think the last question I thought about was, how do parents understand this? I mean, because, and the key example I'll use, I think it's all of it is confusing, even for somebody who looks and stares at this stuff. If you look at the ELA thing, I spent about an hour trying to read that thing and understand what 4 different levels were across 2 different sides, and there's a graphic that looks like a jumping number line counting thing. And my assumption is if I'm an English learner student, I'm betting pretty hard mom and dad are English learners also. How do you explain that in a way that they understand it? Because I was looking for ibuprofen after that particular bit, because it was really hard to understand. And how do we explain that to parents? Because you have to take 3 steps back and sort of dance to get to the point, if that makes sense. If the customer or the consumer is the parent, how do they understand this? Have we tried that? Does that make sense as a question, or is it just keep chugging?
Well, I think that's part of the reason for the performance colors. Typically, most folks would associate red and orange with not so great, and green is go or blue. And so I think that's the state's attempt at, helping to communicate performance by using the colors and the indicator. But other than that, they can go online and be able to access resources to understand it, as I'm sure you're very familiar with. But any assessment system can get complicated when you look under the hood and trying to figure out what's going on. So yeah, it can be challenging.
I thought orange numbers we had that were outstanding that didn't get picked up, because this is where I get trouble with colors. Enoch's, Mohai, and Downey, 81, 85, and 90% graduation rates for homeless students. That's phenomenal to me in my mind. But they color it as orange. And so then I get upset going, yeah, you want to get to 100, but how is not 90% just this really huge good thing? And so it left me scratching my head. And then the other part that got me on the graduation rates was looking at one high school at 72% graduation, the others at 92% graduation rate, and they're both green. And so then I'm scratching my head again. And so I think the color thing leaves me more confused and has me saying, don't look at the colors, look at the underlying data points. I think you mentioned the chronic absenteeism looks great. I think when you dig deeper in, what was it? Maybe it was suspension rates. Oh, Hispanic junior high. We were listed as all orange, but yet I look over and I put a match against SCOE or the state, and they're yellow. But we're 25% better than them, but we have a worse color. And so I end up sort of doing this dance, which I guess is why I was asking, how do you explain this to a parent? Because it seems very random.
Well, it's not just the score or the data point, it's how it relates to the previous data point, with the idea being of building a growth model. So, for the high school that had a 72% graduation rate, the significant increase from the previous year was the highlight, really. And so that's why they jumped to green, even though 72% isn't where we would want any of our schools with the graduation rate. But again, it's based on a growth model. So looking at making those incremental shifts, or hopefully monumental shifts in some cases over time, is really what we're being judged on, so to speak, through this dashboard.
I think the other absenteeism number that stuck out to me was one that I don't think should be read, but it is. And Mr. Herbst can jump in if he wants to, because I went looking at Sonoma just because I know what to go look for. And I thought, well, what did they do with Sonoma? And so we have this really high absenteeism rate at Sonoma, and it's red, but my guess is the reason underneath it is because the student population there, as you've described many times, is very different. When you look at, I think you've described it as medically fragile in the past.
That's correct. Both Sonoma, Bayer, and Johansson have a medically fragile program. But even then, I would, at least last time I checked on our own current data dashboard, those Sonoma numbers, Johansson numbers, and Bayer numbers look good this year. But yes, in the years past, it is a medically fragile class, and yes, there's a lot of absences, unfortunately, because of it.
I'll quit with, let's try to use, I'm far more interested in using what we have internally and turn this into a 5-minute drive-by, because it seems very late. It's very difficult to explain to people. It's confusing. And the color thing throws things off, and I'll quit.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Trustee Newman.
All right. I had a question for Mr. Godot about the local indicators, and just can you tell me a little bit about, like, those are things that we have determined, and where, like, where have they come from? Does the state require we use them? And then, yes.
Yes, correct. So it's part of our state accountability program, which Dr. Noguchi just explained is based on federal requirements and how we get into that. So one of these 5 indicators are required by the state, but they don't necessarily have a specific data point. So in some of it, there's like a series of questions, and through those questions, a district determines whether or not they've met or not met. So the state board.
State has come up with these things.
Correct. And
Okay. Because part of what Trustee Walker is talking about with regard to the communication with parents, and to communicate to an English learning parent, a parent that doesn't speak English, all of this data on the district, which is it's very difficult to understand. We have people with our doctorates out there that have tried to decipher this for us. I mean, the parent engagement is about, trying to engage them with their own child. So while this isn't irrelevant, the score for the district or everything, the score for the district or the score for that school is not irrelevant. The most important thing for that parent is to know how their child's doing, right? And so is the state measuring that, or are we measuring that? I mean, that to me is the most important thing. That parent knows, hey, my son is not doing well in English language arts because he seems to be not understanding comprehension levels too low, and then we help them figure out what that means and how to help your child. Are they measuring any of that? Because that's where the work is done, I think.
I would have to go and look up each of those 5 indicators to determine how they determine that met, not met, or not met for 2 years, and I would be happy to provide that in a board communication.
Okay, so I just wanted to know, like, where these were coming from and how they were measuring it, because I think that we are responsible as a board for this broader level, but in terms of what parents are expected to understand, I don't expect anybody other than the parents the few of us that are parents sitting up here to crack this darn thing open and look at all these colors. I mean, I just don't, that's just not a realistic expectation, but I do expect a parent to open their child's CASP scores and to figure out how are they doing, and the report card for that to be, understandable and engaging in that way, and to go to back to school night and to find out what is it that my son needs to know or my daughter needs to know this year, and what's the expectations that the teacher has. And so these local indicators just struck at me as odd, but I guess they help figure out how we engage with the public with this.
So
That's where they
according
are
to
at.
the 2019 Dashboard Technical Guide, local area indicators or local indicators, the LEA uses a self-reflection toolkit that is included in the dashboard to report our progress. So we self-report on those different indicators.
And we self-report things like how many parents come to back to school night and how many parents who come to parent-teacher conferences, things like that.
That's where I'm going to get you a board communication that can give you the details, but I would be misspeaking if I.
I'm guessing that because I've seen those numbers on that, and that's an important aspect of this because this is comprehensive. The other thing that I'm concerned about, and this is for Dr. Nelson. Okay, back to on the screen here of the, I didn't understand it because it looked like to me our African American students were still struggling academically, and yet for 2019 it's got dashes, and I'm just not, I want to make sure that, just what does that mean? Can you go into that for a little bit?
Yeah,
for me?
this slide here is the district level student groups. So as an entire district, the homeless students or African American students as an entire district were not selected to receive differentiated assistance as a student group. However, you could have African American or homeless students, thank you for going that slide, that may be identified, or they may be struggling in a specific area. Maybe they didn't do 2 red areas, but they're in a perfect example of that is SBAC scores,
right?
Where those students are still struggling.
Yeah, that's what our scores show.
Right.
They're still struggling. That's why
Right.
this chart troubled me because I see
Right.
their numbers are still not where I want them to be.
No, you're exactly right. And if you go, can you go back 2 slides prior to that? It goes back to the state criteria that states that those groups, the student groups that we have of 30 or more students, or if they're homeless, it's 15, then they have to be in the red in 2 of those indicators. And that's part of our work as a district when we're working with school sites, not just through differentiated assistance, but also just our work every day is to make sure that every single indicator, not just 2 of them together, that we're doing everything we can to support and help our kids. Because you're exactly right. SBAC is a good example of that.
Yeah, I'm not happy with where those scores are at for those students, and so I don't want this chart to indicate that we're not working on that. So I'm pleased to hear that. That's why I was
right. It was just based on this criteria. That's why that slide was first on those red indicators and student group identified in 2 of them.
Their graduation rate is going up. Our particular African American students, their graduation rate is going up, which is good across the district. But with the scores going down and the graduation going up, that was troubling to me too. Is that I was trying to reconcile that. What does that mean to you?
Well, how long do we have tonight? I can really get into this. Well, I do think, and as our associate superintendent pointed out, some of this we can communicate back to you because it is going to be an analysis site by site and school by school.
Okay.
The high school guy in me and the high school principal in me can tell you state testing and graduation rate and graduation requirements are not always aligned.
Right.
The same. Perfect example I used to always give when I was principal was PE. There's a state assessment on it, but at the end of the day, 2 years of PE that most districts in the state of California can keep kids from graduating. And so just because I have a good test score doesn't necessarily mean I have passed PE and or have taken it for the 2 years that are required for my district. So how we develop our supports and how we monitor or progress monitor our students and everything you're saying, it's going to be extremely important. And the value of the slide that shows the different groups is actually saying that we have to look at our students and our schools on an individual level and see what we can do for those school sites in order to help each and every of our students.
Great. Well, I appreciate that. And these numbers were concerning, and I wanted to reconcile it with this chart that didn't make sense. All right, thank you.
Trustee West?
I'm going to tag on to what Trustee Walker and Newman kind of referred to of how do parents understand this because it's so complicated. And I love the slide that you have on page 7 of the distance from standard, where it's got the, all the little children and how far they were from the standard with their little pluses and minuses. And, if parents can't understand this, our students don't understand what these scores mean. They're assessed so much, they don't even have buy-in to a lot of these tests. I worked at a school one time and we had advisory classes, and the advisory teachers before the testing sat down with each of their advisory students, showed them what their score was and how close they were to moving to the next level. And in many cases, it was so few points that one or two questions that they would have answered correctly instead of incorrectly would have moved them to the next level. And students were amazed. They didn't think there was hope, but when they saw, oh my gosh, I only have to get 2 more questions right and now I've moved up, it gave them that confidence to be able to really put a little bit more effort into the testing. And I think if we can do that with our students, I think that would really help, especially those kids who are so close to moving to that next level. And maybe we need to do that with our parents when we meet with them. Say, oh my gosh, your child was so close to this. 1 more question, 2, 3 more questions answered correctly will move them over. And I think it just will encourage a lot of our kids who are close.
I'll just say 2 quick comments to that. As a parent, you do get the report that does show a bar graph of where the different areas are and a little arrow next to, how close you are to that next level. Relative to scoring, back in the day, there was a focus on moving those students that were right on the verge up into the next for the purposes of helping your data out. But the way that it's calculated now, every student matters. Sound familiar? Every student matters, every moment counts in our educating our students, because those scale scores are averaged from top to bottom. So if that student that's at the very bottom of the scale score is making progress, then that's reflected in all the scores, right? So it's not just a handful that we target to try to bump them up to get the pretty data point. It's all students.
All right, thank you. Trustee Irvin?
Yes, and I'll too piggyback on Trustee Walker and Trustee Newman about the complexities of the report as a parent, but also as an educator. Yeah, I understand it, but I'm looking at the layperson or the parents. How do we communicate? Because I think that would be part of helping students. As Trustee Dr. West just said, helping parents help their students understand what they need to do better on the test. And so I got to thinking about, and I look at, I saw Trustee Walker's PowerPoint on these scores, and as a parent, if a parent looking at it, they can understand it a whole lot better than the way the state puts out its information. But even going beyond that with the LCAP, even having the LCAP advisory, parents don't understand what the LCAP is really about. And I know we have a staff development center over there, and maybe we have some classes for parents to come over there and be able to get educated on the LCAP, get educated on the scores, the test scores and things, so they can better understand it. We can offer it in the community. People can come from the community to better understand the information that we're putting out, just like we do our teachers and our staff and everything now. We have the staff development. Maybe some courses or workshops can be geared toward parents and other community members, because we're supposed to engage the community in the LCAP process as well. And a lot of people come, they come and attend the meetings, but I get feedback that they really, they're there, but they really don't really understand the formulas and all that other stuff that goes into the whole process of things. So I think if we can offer some of that to the community to come and be a part of that, they may be better understand all of the, and make it in a way that it's understandable and not always speaking in education tongue, so to speak. So I just want to put that out there, since we have that staff development center, and maybe we start to offer some of that in bilingual, English, Spanish for our community and parents out there and see what their buy-in and their input is. Mr. Godot, I love that tie. Just love that tie. So,
this is one of my least favorite ties, Mr. Trustee Irvin, but just let the record reflect that Trustee and I had a little friendly wager on the Army-Navy game, and it was the loser had to wear the other academies or service branches tie, and Mr. Irvin being a Navy man and my kids being in the Army, I was on the losing end of that.
Thank you for explaining. Trustee Lopez.
I want to echo what Trustee Irvin mentioned, and that's what and everyone I think at this point mentioned about the importance of talking to our parents and really going thorough and explaining what this means, because at the end of the day we know that this is tied to the LCAP plan, right? And we need informed parents to understand and be a part of the process that will ultimately decide how the LCAP plan works, right? And this in the ideal form that what we want more parent input, we want more informed individuals. We need to take that time and take those classes to them, right? Like understanding the test course means, what these colors mean, and what is the LCAP plan, and how do they work to influence one another. So I don't know exactly right now where the LCAP plan is for the following year, but having this test course, having this dashboard come out in January, late January, close to February, how is that? Do parents have enough time to really understand that and then still have a influential, impactful part of the process in the LCAP plan? Is something that I would like to see there be a something in place, as you mentioned, where we have that strategy, where we have that schedule of how are we taking parents from informing them so that they can be impactful and influential in the LCAP process.
So as part of that LCAP process, we actually have a number of different indicators, data points that we use to measure progress. So depending on the LCAP goal, we have a list of action services that we provide through the LCAP, and we have corresponding data points that we use. So to answer your question, how would a parent or a participant on the LCAP, if we're just coming out with this, know how we're making progress? This is not at the level that you would think relative to the LCAP. This is, like Dr. Noguchi just said, it's really a dipstick of where we were last year with all the fancy charts and the graphs and the gauges and everything else. And the LCAP process itself really is looking at every one of those little things that we're providing. And did we hit the mark? When we said we were going to do X and we thought this would be the result, did we achieve that? And so that's what the process that we're engaged in right now.
Right. No, and my point was to mirror Urban's of that overall we need more informed parents around all these things so that they can be more influential in creating those objects that then will come back and say, did we meet those goals? So, thank you.
I would like to add to that we actually within our DLAC have these workshops now for our families, and of course they're concurrently translated, where we're walking them through not only what the LCAP means, as well as what their own student data means. We have these workshops where we actually give them their own students' data and walk them through it. And then our coming meeting, we're reviewing again and getting their input for the next LCAP. So I agree we need to do a lot more of it, but we have started that process to ensure that we're reaching out to our parents.
Wow, that's helpful. That's good information. So I had just a few things as I'm looking at this. One is, I think really as we talk about this, that component of for the parents to be able to understand where their children are coming from, but that dashboard placemat that we use, I think is very helpful for parents. It tells how many, the reading level, the students moving from I can't remember the elementary one. The high school one has the graduation rate, the suspension rate, all of those little, and we have 3 or 4 graphs on there that help a parent. So if I go to another district, and other districts have used that, and I think it's helpful. And this information does seem very abstract. We'll just say that. It's just out there, and it's hard to make sense of it. But so I do agree, as we can help inform our parents better, we will help them be better at home, helping their students make it to the next level, whatever that is, and get those 3 points that they need to make it to that next level, which some of these, I know, just missed some of those, which we don't know where the level is for where it's at, because it's just a red or it's a yellow number. So the other one is for the board, for us and the information that we have as a board, I look at this and it's not helpful for me. The graphs are helpful. I did like the bars, but I really like the graphs for 5 years where it shows the colors and it tells you, here's our population groups, here's our African American students, here's the, it'll be probably 8 bars, or do it in 2 sets of 4, but here's our foster youth, here's our homeless, here's our, however they determine here. But to be able to say, how are they doing? And when I look at this, the only page I had was the one that has the dashboard across everything, and it gives me all the population groups, the student groups at the bottom for elementary school and high school. And when I look at that, and I said, oh my gosh, there's 2 groups that stand out. One is, well, it's African American in both population groups. So both African American have red in their 2019 line of, one is in English language arts in elementary school, and then in high school, it is a lot of red. Hold on, we moved from red to yellow, thankfully, in suspension rates. But then in English language arts, it was red last year, it's red this year. In math, it's red last year and it's red this year. That's alarming to me. I'm thinking, this is something we need to pay attention to. This is something we need to do. And then the other group is the English language learners, that they're struggling in many ways, also in mathematics. They did move from red to orange this last year, which was helpful. But I believe, and then the positive note was the homeless. They moved out of, wait a minute, let's see here. They moved from orange to yellow in their graduation rate. They moved out of red and they moved to yellow in their English language, and they moved out of red into yellow in math. So they moved 2 sections up. So like Trustee Walker said, some of this is very frustrating for us to be able to try to make sense of it, but to know that we are making progress in some areas, and homeless is incredible because those students aren't in the same place all the time. So the fact that they're moving up gives me hope that we can make progress with our other students. So those are the ones that I'm the most concerned about, where this showed me on these graphs. But I can't, we used to get to think. Well, I like it is. The big placemat. Yes, the placemat does show us some things. So I don't know if there's a way when we get these numbers in August or September.
We did the placemat for you.
Yes,
that was given to you in September.
I just want to make sure this isn't replacing it.
It's not replacing it. It's
Okay.
the same data. I guess the question for me would be, and I have this notes for next year, what is the purpose of this presentation? And
Right.
this is a presentation that just doesn't need to happen. So we can take a look at informing you on how kids are doing, but I haven't heard a single positive for you. So we can retool, and certainly we don't need to do this. Now, it doesn't mean that we're not going to hold our teachers accountable, because this is the California accountability system. Like it or not, this is what we have, and this is the data that's provided for us. We don't have the option or the opportunity to handpick each one of the things and go back to where we were with CSTs. We're not there anymore. So we can take this offline as far as the conversation moving forward. This hasn't been a productive presentation, because I don't see that there's much value that's come of it, but we certainly will retool and give you access to the data dashboard that we're coming together for our own internal data, and you guys will have access to that at any time, any day, anywhere. So in thinking through that, rather than pushing classes out for this information that really isn't helpful anyway, why don't we just retool and figure out how can we better inform the board where the kids are and how they're progressing from year to year.
And that's a discussion we should have, because I think that's something that I believe that we're supposed to do this every year. Oh, we do not have to do this?
This is not required.
So, but I it isn't, to me, it's not anyone in this room's fault. It's the mechanism and the measuring tool that the state has given us. And I have to say that I've been to a lot of meetings in Sacramento with other board members, and it's been frustrating from the start. So I know there was opportunity for board members to give input on it and change it. This is what we ended up with. I can't say it changed very much. The state pretty much made their mind up on how they wanted to do it. Okay, so I have a whole bunch more lights. I would like to take a break soon for everyone. So I will go through the line. I'm not sure. I know Mr. Walker was next, and then did you see who came on? And okay, Mr. Walker, then Mr. Brown, then Mr. Urban.
And I'll go
Trustee
very quickly.
Walker.
I think where we just landed is where we want to be. And I think the piece that I didn't say earlier because I wanted other folks to go is that outside of the test scores, the CAF stuff, every single piece of data in this report came from over there, right? So somebody in the district sent the suspension rates, sent the absentee rates. Somebody in Modesto City Schools transmitted that data out that the state then used to put this report together. In our dashboard in August, September, we can look at all this data in a much more reasonable way. Graphs, lines, trends, easy to understand, and then do what you said, because I think that's far more helpful to a decision-making process and lends confidence to a decision process where you can say, well, I know where we were suspension-wise 8 years ago. Was it a blip or is it a trend? You know, on the homeless thing, there's amazing stuff that you pointed out. I've sent Trustee Irvin, I stopped at 90 slides because I was sitting in a waiting room in a hospital and I was bored. But there's a much easier way to understand this, and I think that's where we ended up, and that's a better place to be, because you leave going like this isn't helpful.
Okay, Trustee Brown?
Okay, I'm going to pull a positive out of the air. I appreciate 2 years of frustrating learning that's gone through me trying to figure out what the heck the state's trying to tell us. I appreciate the fact that we see areas where we're making progress. And I think it's important for us as board members to at least understand how this information gets on a chart that the state says is accountability. So thank you for making sure that we have been through this painful process so that we could learn something.
Yes.
But I really appreciate also the fact that these areas that are pointed out as the ones that show data that we have to put our emphasis is where we're working the hardest. And that's where the district needs to be congratulated, and that's where we need to thank everyone who's involved in that process for the effort.
Trustee Irvin?
Kind of along those same lines as Trustee Brown, you know, seeing the information and how we have, you know, gone and improved, you know, have we captured the data that allowed us to understand how we made those improvements? And then also with where we are in red, do we know, or do we have some targeted strategies or interventions, however you want to term it, to deal with the red, the areas in red as well, so that we're capturing the data from, wow, we went from, you know, yellow to green, and this is the strategies. This is why we figure we, you know, probably can't exactly pinpoint it, but we know the strategies and that we use and interventions to get, you know, to get us from one colored area to another colored area, and vice versa. The ones where we know we're consistently red, what are we strategically doing to identify those areas that say, you know, and deploying those strategies in order to eventually move those and change the colors on them as well.
So just an example would be Elliot's graduation rate. They were on differentiated assistance this past year for grad rate, and there was money available for Elliot and senior directors and school site staff to determine how might we best support students to increase the grad rate. And so there was a plan put in place for this year where they're receiving some additional support at the site to help students. And so then we go back and look and say, hey, did those actions and services that we provided at a different level this year, did obviously with the idea being that we're going to impact that data in a positive way. So to answer your question, yes, to varying degrees, and by school site and by the different indicators, we're definitely looking at the data and how we can, what's been successful and what hasn't.
All right, well, thank you, I agree, we don't like how the data is presented, and it needs to be done in a better, we'll call it a user-friendly way. So if we can come up with a way for that, I know we'd all benefit from it. So we will take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8:40 and reconvene, so we'll just take a 10-minute break. back to order. We are on item B7, report on Modesto City Schools character traits. And we are going to call up, is it Mark? It's going to be Daniel Hinkle.
Yeah, it'll be Dan.
All right, Daniel Hinkle.
Thank you.
I got your attention though.
You did.
Just like in class.
Sorry, I'm being very high. Oh, it's on. All righty, we're ready to go.
All right.
Good evening, Board President Marks, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi, and cabinet members. Danielle Hinkle, Senior Director, Student Support Services, and this evening I will be providing a report on the Modesto City Schools character traits. The purpose of this presentation includes a number of items. First and foremost, I want to give a little bit of a historical context for the character traits so that we can all get up to speed on the history and where they came from and how they came to be. I'll also be providing an update of our work in Strategic Goal 2.3, which is grounded in character trait instruction for our students. I'll also be reviewing our current progress in Goal 2.3, as well as discussing our next steps. So as mentioned, this particular report summarizes the work with Modesto City Schools character traits tied to Strategic Goal 2.3, which specifically states that we would ensure training is available to support students in their development of the Modesto City Schools character traits. All right, so a little bit of walk down memory lane. President Marks, you might have been the only one that was here that time, but I know you were here in 1997, right? Okay, so you're aware of this. So a little bit of history. Modesto City Schools character traits came to life over 20 years ago. Back in 1998, the Board of Education approved a policy statement based on California's Prop 8, which was also called the Victims' Bill of Rights. The MCS policy statement was titled The Principles of Rights, Responsibilities, and Respect to Ensure a Safe Schools Environment, and that outlined the desired tenets of educational program to support the potential of all students. The tenets included elements such as treating each other with respect, providing an educational system free from discrimination, bullying, harassment, and intimidation, whether that be verbal or physical. The policy statement also discussed providing an environment where the dignity and worth of all individuals are respected. So that's kind of where it originated from. Then shortly after the policy statement was approved, a task force was created to identify character traits representing these core community values. The 9 selected traits, coined the MCS character traits, were formally approved by the Board of Education in the fall of 1998. And then, under the direction of a character trait coordinator, educators worked together to create discussion guides and lessons that would be used with character trait posters provided in all classrooms. And even today, more than 20 years later, you can find elements of character trait instruction evident in a number of our schools as well as individual classrooms. And just a little reminder, our character traits, courage, honesty, loyalty, respect, responsibility, civility, compassion, initiative, and perseverance. And I read those in a different order, so I apologize for that. All right. So moving forward, in this most recent year, in the 18-19 school year, we embarked on the development of the district strategic goals. It was evident that there's strong support for continuing to teach students about the elements of great character, and we also know that this board deeply values and supports students' development of good character. There's no doubt that the character traits have had a long history and tradition, and they truly do outline our core values. With the implementation of new initiatives over the years that also support positive behaviors, things like PBIS and Peace Builders, for example, the character traits have had a little bit of an identity crisis. And our goal with this project moving forward is to revitalize the character traits to be able to continue teaching students the elements of good character, and of course beginning those levels of instruction at the youngest grade levels. So what are we doing? How are we moving forward? So this year, in the fall, early fall, the Student Support Services Division and Communications Division, Ms. Noonan and Ms. Fortuna, and Mr. Herbst, we all met back in October. We wanted to brainstorm some ideas. And in brainstorming our ideas, we also recognized that if we were going to revitalize the character traits, we really needed to get schools involved so that their voice could be heard as well. And so from our meeting, we created the Character Trait Challenge, and that had two specific components. One was a high school video challenge, and this is where videos would be developed by high school students for the purpose of teaching the elementary students character. And so we provided some very specific guidelines for our high school students, that it needed to be age appropriate for elementary students, that it really needed to get the message across, et cetera. And we're pretty excited about some of the videos that we received. We received many. Some were outstanding and some need to be a little refined so that they can be used at the elementary level. The second part of our character trait challenge was a poster art challenge. And this was open to all grade levels, TK through 12. And our idea with the poster art challenge was to select excellent artwork from our students to be incorporated into new character trait posters. So that was pretty exciting. We received, at least 150 entries on the poster art challenge. So moving forward, our poster art and video challenges culminated in December, right before the winter break, and students submitted their work for review. And what we're doing now is making the final revisions and selections of videos and poster art. And in just a moment, I'm going to give you a little sampling of just a couple little items that we received from students. So first and foremost, on this particular slide, these were two of the poster art submissions. The one on the left is exemplifying courage, and that was from a Gregory High School student. And the one on the right exemplifies honesty. And again, our goal here is to create new posters. And I was just speaking with Ms. Noonan on the break, and we were discussing that in these posters, they would all have a similar look and feel with regard to the title of the character trait and the credit for the student, but we would embed their art in the poster. So they'll all have a similar look and feel, but it'll have individual student work in there. So pretty excited about that. Next up, I want to show you one of the video submissions. This happens to be from Enoch's High School, and it is on compassion. Yes, please give me sound. Please work. It's not playing. Of course, it always plays on our own devices when we practice it a million times before we come here. There we go. All right.
It's more than just having nice thoughts.
It's more than just smiling at people.
It's more than just feeling sad.
It's having concern for someone else. It's listening to others when they need to talk.
It's realizing that others sometimes struggle and that I can help. So when you see someone else hurting,
When you see someone who is in need, don't just look at them and think, I should help. Help them.
help them.
Help them.
Sometimes the smallest thing can mean a lot to them. Like opening a door,
Helping someone confused on assignment. Sharing something.
making sure somebody is not left out.
It can really mean a lot.
And can show others that they are important too.
So the next time you see someone in need,
The next time someone's all alone,
The next time you have a chance to help someone.
show some compassion.
compassion. Compassion. Compassion. Take the action.
I love it. I'm sorry. I like that video.
Love it. That was great.
Okay, let me.
Yeah.
Once you get back in, Okay. All right. So a little bit about our next steps moving forward. So with the receipt of so many wonderful art submissions. We absolutely need to identify the final artwork that we're going to be used for our posters. And in addition to that, we do have some video refinements that we are working with schools on so that they are presentable and acceptable for the elementary age students. Additionally, we know that we need to work with our teacher groups to discuss the development and delivery plan for these elementary level lessons. Things like the structure of the lesson, when would they be taught during the day, et cetera. And so I'm going to be working with Director Kim Newton in the Curriculum Instruction Department to work with teacher teams to move forward in that area. In addition to that, we want to create a communicated system for reminding and recognizing students of, at the secondary level of the importance of good character. And last, but certainly not least, we want to continue with the acknowledgement and promotion of the character traits throughout Modesto City Schools. With that, this is just a report, but I am certainly happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee West.
It's not a question, it's a thank you for doing this. This is really well done, and I love the idea of getting the kids involved and having the older kids be kind of mentors and speaking about these lessons to the younger kids, because we know kids listen to other kids more than they'll listen to us.
Absolutely.
So I love this idea. Thank you.
Trustee Irvin.
Yes, I just want to echo what Dr. Trustee West said. It's really good to see the kids getting involved in this. I know when I came into the district back in '98, they were big on implementing these, and actually we got a chance to really do some good work with them in after-school programs because we were doing the character traits continuum into the after-school programs as well. But it is good to see those artwork being done and the videos, and and it comes from their peers as students, and the younger students get to see the older students, promote character traits. So I think it's really good to have them involved in doing that.
I'm glad we've got some historians on the board, so I love that. I love the idea of incorporating that as well into the after-school program. It's a great idea.
Trustee Newman.
Thank you for the report, and thanks for the work in this area, and thank you to Ms. Noonan as well for taking some initiative in this. I had a question. I think it was I was looking for the exact page. I think it was in your board report. That the character traits are going to be taught by in K6 during the prep period.
That is one of the options that we could utilize when teachers are having their prep time and the prep provider comes in. One opportunity may be to incorporate that, the lessons at that time, but we certainly want to get feedback from our teacher groups.
Okay.
And that's where I'm going to be working with Ms. Newton, and we're going to be working with teachers to determine if that's a viable plan. There's a time at the beginning of the year where they review things like the student conduct code and whatnot through prep provider time, and we might be able to mesh or blend that in as well. It's an option.
All right. So I just wanted to ask about that. And then I wanted to suggest, having been to the Eddies, that we show the video or a couple of the videos at the Eddies. So it'd be kind of...
It's a great idea.
We do musical interludes, but maybe showing the video would be even more appropriate in keeping with the character appreciation of the night, and showing some of the artwork and maybe highlighting some of the students that did the artwork.
A great idea.
So continuing with that for the Eddies would be probably a great idea. Thanks.
Good. Trustee Lopez.
Well, we had someone that was coming in as staff when the character traits were created. The character traits were created. Someone that was on the board. I was a third grader when when they came to fruition. So
it's putting us in our place age-wise.
No, I'm really happy to see the character traits get a reamp, especially the work that you guys did with the high school students and how that's gonna, and the work that you guys want to do with the elementary students, having everyone be involved with it. I know that you mentioned Tournament of Talents. I know that there was already some skits in between last year, some skits in between each of the presentations around these character traits. So I really commend the work that you guys done and allowing kids to be creative with them, with video and art. So thank you.
Yeah, this is awesome. It's nice to see them change and go through the 2 decades of morphing into where they are now to videos, which we couldn't do back then. So it's really great, and having the students get involved, as has been said. So I'm excited to see what's going to come forward in the posters and how that's going to be done, because I don't remember how we did the posters, but I wish Gladys was here, Gladys Williams, because she's really big on character education, and every time she gets a chance to ask me about it or talk about it, that's something I said, I hope we could do it again, and here we are. So thank you, and thank you to the superintendent for helping us get to this place where we are now and making this happen. So it's really good. I know Liz at Elliott she's a teacher at Elliott, and she was character education director. We had a director overseeing the whole character education department back when we did this in '98. And so that was helpful because it made it consistent. And I believe that the reason the public came up with the 9 traits was so they could go with each month of the year for the school year, so that each school could focus on a different character trait per month. And so it was the character trait of the month. And you can still see them on the kiosks, at least when I drive by the schools, they're still there. So I thought that was really good. Well, thank you. This is a report. Is there anyone in the public wishing to comment? Can't see anybody. Back to the board. Thank you so much. Any other comments anyone would like to make? So we're gonna thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for that great report, and I'm glad we got the video to work. That was awesome. Moving on to item B8. All right, so I rewrote this, but I'm going to try to see if it says what it's supposed to say. The report on the approval of the Chromebook field test and technology savings.
All right. Good evening, President Marks and Board of Trustees and Superintendent Noguchi. My name is Russ Selk, and I'm going to have a colleague of mine, Alexandra Hancock, help me with a presentation when it comes to the pilot data. So,
is your microphone working?
No, yeah, it is.
That's great.
Sorry about that. I wasn't speaking into it. So what I'll go over to you is the software and hardware cost savings that we've been able to do since my tenure here of July 15th. Great team effort on that. The purpose of the pilot, we did a Chromebook pilot, so I wanted to give you some data and some information about that, as well as the teacher and the student input, and then recommendations, and finally a board request. After that, I want to end it with some informational about the E-rate purchase that we're going to be putting in front of the board at the next agenda. So first of all, this work aligns perfectly with Goal 3, operational efficiency and a good use of technology. That's kind of a summary of it. And then Goal 4 is being sound and sustainable in our financials. So software, specifically what we're able to do since the beginning of the year, and I just kind of want to take a step back. I have to say this is a team effort. I've asked every manager to say, well, what is it that we're doing that we can do differently, and do we need that cost? Some things were, lack of better words, on autopilot. So what we did is take a step back on some of our software purchase. Perfect example is Microsoft. We pay them, and it's unfortunate they have this model of use it or lose it. So you pay them $160,000. If you don't use their services, you lose it. And that's just not something I feel is sustainable, nor is in the best interest of any district. So we went to a model that we just transitioned. We're canceling that contract. It ends in January. And we're moving to where it's a time and materials with another company called CDWG. So that's one example. All these little things add up. There was some, as you can see by the executive report that I gave you, some of it's $3,500, some of it's a lot larger, like $160,000. All this adds up, and we'll continue to do that work as we move throughout this school year and next school year. Second was just an example of hardware before I get into the actual Chromebook report. We had TVs that were, lack of better words, industrial strength, and the idea was they were built differently so they'd last longer, so they have like leave-on time. Realistically, there's 3 flavors. There's consumer grade, in something in between, and then the higher end model that we were purchasing. The burn time, probably about the same. So what we did is we went for a model that is more consumer or middle of the road, but we bought a 3-year warranty and still saved $1,700 per TV. So if you aggregate with the average for the last 3 years, we bought about 114 TVs. That's about a $200,000 savings. So that's another example of the hardware. One other area here, just kind of on that next bullet point, has to do, and I was kind of a little bit taken back on this one when I dug underneath the hood with my colleagues. We've been spending $556,000 annually for cases, styluses, and earbuds for students. So you hand them out, 1-to-1, and some of you even told me they've seen them in garage sales and things like that. So we're going to modify that practice working with the principals so that we have, if you need it, you get it. If you don't need it, you don't get it. So that should be an opportunity to have some savings. The next area that we'll be focusing on in the next few slides is specifically Windows versus Chrome. And so you can see as I go through the next few slides the details of that. It'll be an opportunity for about $350 savings per device, which we have about 20,000 students devices. It's $7 million. So it's not, I think one thing to look at this whole project, it's not Chrome versus Windows. That's like the old mantra of Windows versus Apple. It's not that at all. It's more, what do our students need and what's the most cost-effective way? If you take a step back in the industry, we all remember Windows. That was client-server based. Why is it client-server? Because we downloaded software, right? Nowadays, and it isn't because of K-12, but the business model for profit is to maximize shareholders' wealth, right? So we're all going to be paying for our software, Office, whatever it may be, on a subscription basis, $29 a month. So what the industry's reacted to that is you don't need that Windows computer that can be hacked, carry viruses. You just need an access device to the cloud. So Chrome came along and has done a great job. It's cost effective, as you'll see in the next few slides, increases educational minutes, and it's a faster booting time. I'll get back to the mic. But specifically, it's a very durable device. They do have hardened windows that they use for police, those Panasonics, but guess what? They're a couple $1,000. And you guys, underneath all of your notepads there, I left you all a device. Boot time, just on, right? It's not, you're not waiting for the little hourglass like Windows, right? The other thing is, when kids, oh shoot, dropped it off the desk. Guess what? No crack, still working. Search. The other thing that happens sometimes is these devices are a little bit more durable than most. They have like a membrane in them. Oh, spilt my drink. Whoops, I missed the garbage can. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Roger. So you shake the water off, and I'm going to pass this around. It still works. So those are some of the factors that we considered in terms of how do we pick a device. And you can see by the executive summary we had more than just one manufacturer. But Dell did exceed all the other tests that we did specifically. So here's the data. You can look at it at a national level. 61% of the K-12 use Chrome. California's a little higher, probably for various reasons. Declining enrollment might be one of them. We're trying to be more cost effective. 64% out of the 6.2 are Chrome. So one thing you have, and the data shows 61% lower TCO, and that's total cost of ownership. Purchasing price, you'll see we're saving about 50% on our acquisition on the next slide. 70% lower device management. And what that means is techs, you all have a home computer, right? You have to have somebody, one of the kids next door, it's a little geeky, come and fix it for you, or you go down to Best Buy. That's not the way it works with Chrome. If there's a problem with it, the tech spends a few minutes, they just reload the image. Boom, they're done. And it takes minutes, not an hour to download the image. Device management too is remotely, you do it global. Google did a great job of making consoles for you to manage 20, 30,000 devices from one screen. Also, you can see the reboots as well as the deployment. If you don't have all that labor time loading windows and images, you can deploy it 93% faster. So here's specifically for our environment the quotes received. Traditionally, the district's been paying $711 per device. We are going to pay $361, and that's out the door, and that's a phenomenal, that also includes a 4-year accidental damage insurance. So our traditional one was you break it once, insurance over. This one is every year. We can lose one device per year for 4 years. It was $21 to go into the 4th year. I thought that was well worth it, just looking at some data as well as historical prices. These kind of hardened devices, we could probably get 4 years. So for another $21, we can get a great insurance policy for it. So, and this is some overall data about efficiencies. Some of it I alluded to as far as the boot time, repair, and also efficiencies with a device. So that's been the experience throughout the nation as well as peers of mine in California. Here's some other more technical detail, automatic updates, verified boot. Those are just more of like when it does a kind of a self-check. Sandboxing means they're not as prone to viruses. I'm not saying they're foolproof, but they're definitely a lot better than Windows because Windows is it's a honeypot. It's got an operating system where you can download things, and it's just waiting to be hacked. Where most of it's running in the cloud, right? You don't have a lot running locally, and if something does get infected, it's isolated to that one page. And again, because it's centralized management, it's not going to spread like wildfire throughout your devices. And the last point I have for today has to do with some security purchases that will be coming forward, but this really helps with that. Data encryption, so each user is unique and the data is encrypted. So I'm going to, at this point, kind of switch into, why would we do proof of concept? And then that's kind of what the pilot was. It was kind of threefold. One is for our customers. What does it mean for the teacher and the student? How's that going to work? We learn from how would we deploy it? But the other aspect is this is a new skill set and a new device standard for our techs. So how do we roll that out and become effective and efficient? So it gave us some indicators of how that would look, but I'm going to turn it over to Alexandra here to talk about actually how the pilot went where the rubber hits the road, what the teacher's using it for in the classroom with the students.
I gave her the wet computer.
Did you?
Good evening, President Marks, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Cabinet. My name is Alexandra, and I kind of did the day-to-day coordination of the Chromebook pilot. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what the pilot looked like, as far as like the actual timeline of it, and then who we included. So the Chromebook pilot was 6 weeks in length. And we piloted 2 sets of Chrome devices. One was the Dell device that you guys just had passed around. We also piloted a set of HP devices just so that we could take a look at the hardware differences. Spec-wise, they were the same. Same memory, same ports, same RAM, all that fun stuff, touch screen, all of that great stuff. We just wanted to see sometimes there are really significant hardware differences as far as like hinges are not as durable, ports aren't as durable. So we wanted to see if there was any significant hardware differences between the two. And for the most part, we found that they were pretty much well received. As I said, the pilot was 6 weeks in length, and we had 12 teachers volunteer to pilot. So that meant that with the 2 sets of devices, each teacher got a week with a particular set of devices. As you can see on the slide here, unfortunately, we did have 1 teacher drop out, so it was actually only 11 teachers. We were very careful in our teacher selection because I know we've gone through a great amount of work kind of revitalizing and adopting a lot of digital curriculum. So we were very careful in our selection of teachers to make sure that we were getting teachers representative of that digital curriculum. So I have a slide at the very end I can jump to show you exactly how it broke down, but we did have a 3rd grade teacher, a 6th grade teacher, a 7th an 8th grade teacher, and then several different high school teachers across all different curricular levels. So we had math, social science, science, ELA, ALD, and we had 1 special ed teacher who participated as well. At the end of the pilot, we did do a customer survey, both of the teachers and of the students, just to see what they liked, what they didn't like, what kind of feedback we could get from them. And some of the overall successes of the pilot are as follows. So all of our web-based and cloud-based services worked flawlessly. They worked as you would expect. You launched a Chrome internet browser, you loaded up the website, they worked flawlessly. Students had a little bit of hiccups just because, I'm sure you guys know teenagers, they like to complain. They had a couple little issues with like no caps lock button and the power button being on the keyboard. But once they overcame those difficult challenges of slightly different keyboards, they adapted really quickly to the devices. The batteries proved to be a significant improvement over our current Windows devices. The batteries lasted on average about 10 hours, so we got a full entire school day out of them, plus an additional some time at home for the students to work on them. We also had a couple technological challenges that came up, and a couple of those were getting LAN school and lockdown browser configured to the Chrome devices. That's where Anthony Luna, our head technician on this project, learned a lot about the Google console, and we were able to see those Chrome updates work in real time. He'd test something out, he'd tell me, hey, let's get the devices restarted, we'd restart them, and his updates would apply. And so we got those configured and working and ready to go on the Chromebooks. We also piloted a PDF editor replacement. Because we cannot download Adobe Acrobat onto the Chrome devices, we did pilot a PDF replacement. Because so much of our digital curriculum comes with support materials that are PDF-based, we needed to make sure we had a solution for that. We piloted Cami. It was a very cost-effective solution, and the teachers that piloted it really enjoyed it. It integrates really well with Schoology and our Google Classroom. If we do open up that LMS, it integrates with LMSs really well. And we did have increased educational minutes. As Russ alluded to, there were no restarts required at all during the pilot, with the exception of like 2 or 3 students when we were testing some of these technological challenges we were fixing. And the restarts happened in 30 seconds as opposed to 3 to 5 minutes sometimes with the Windows devices. So we did see an increase in educational minutes during the pilot as well. Overall, we had overwhelming support for Chrome in the K-8 environment. We do have one technological challenge we are still working to overcome, and that is OneNote. OneNote is a Windows product, and Windows they know they have a gem with that one, so they are safeguarding it. It's not working super well with Chromebooks yet, but we have a couple solutions that we want to test when we move forward with the field test. So we're looking at possibly implementing, an Android app on the devices, as well as looking at some of the online settings to see if we can get OneNote to work more reliably. So that was some of our overall successes. Like I said, we did do a customer survey, and overall the satisfaction results were pretty similar between teachers and students. Overall, 80% of our students and teachers rated the websites at a level 3 or above on a scale of 1 to 5, so 3 being satisfactory, 5 being excellent. And over 90% of them rated the hardware at a 3 or above. So if we break that down, it's almost identical between teachers and students, but we had 10 of our 11 pilot teachers respond. 90% of them said the hardware worked well to excellent. 80% of them said that the websites worked well to excellent. And I would like to note that the 2 teachers who said that they were less than stellar were our 2 teachers who piloted OneNote and had some pretty significant issues with OneNote. Students almost perfectly mirrored that. So 90% of our students said the hardware worked well to excellent. Trackpad was great, batteries were great, ports were great. 80% of those students said that the websites worked well to excellent. And again, where we had that kind of drop off was the students who were using OneNote and experienced some syncing delays and issues with OneNote loading properly. So overall, we're very happy with our Chromebook pilot. We learned a lot about the Google Admin Console, and I think we are in a really good place to move forward with a field test should the board approve it. Turn it back over to Russ at this point.
And that was just an image of a broken screen. Someone's got a good sense of humor up here, so it wasn't a broken screen. I noticed that when I got it. I was like, what row? Oh, okay, I should have known that. So no broken screen is great. So we did, kind of just restepping the next steps with this, if the board approves it, is Dell Chromebook was the one that came out on top. Purchase was a minimum of $2,000. When I get to the recommendation side, I'll go into a little bit more detail why I'm suggesting and recommending a $5,000. We'd also had lead teachers, and we would go and reach out. This was what was amazing. I just sent out just before the holidays to principals who wants to do what I call a field test. That's more in depth, so we can resolve some of those hiccups like the OneNote, very minor issues. And I had 13 school sites, and if we were to give all of them a field test, it would be over 14,000 Chromebooks. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards the recommendation of the 5,000. And then the other aspect, we'll need to do good training and support. I think we learned a lot of lessons from this last rollout, doing more follow-up with them in the classroom. And then last step would be always, of course, surveys and report to the board. So the planning, be part of it. We'd immediately do in-depth planning for distribution, receiving, and training, and then the professional learning aspect. Overall, the success criteria would be the cost effectiveness and happiness and the operations in the classroom. So here's the board action requests that I have in front of you. Just a kind of a footnote down at the bottom, putting the numbers into real world. Cost of Chrome of $2,000 to $722,000. If we were to buy continuing with Windows, it'd be $1.4 million, so approximately 50%. And if we were to buy 5,000, it'd be 1.8 million for Chrome versus the 3.5. So given all of the demand and also the success we had with this pilot, I'm taking to the board the recommended board action request of 5,000 devices. So is there any questions?
Trustee Brown?
So the OneNote, is that like replacing Word?
No, OneNote is kind of a task management utility that Microsoft came up with more for corporate America, but education has adopted it. It allows students to write on like a piece of paper electronically, so to speak, submit their homework assignments through it. Lack of better words, there is an overlap between Schoology and OneNote in some fashions or forms, but the feedback from teachers, it does react and do differently. But what we can do is one of the workarounds is that Microsoft does play with the Android operating system, and they do have a client. Chrome is kind of agnostic towards that, meaning you can download the Android app onto the Chromebook, and then we're thinking that's going to get them the features back. So there's all things Microsoft typically work well in the cloud. Like I was mentioning earlier, what's the catalyst of this whole thing is everyone to have cloud services. But specifically for OneNote, because of some synchronization and being on the device, it doesn't work as well on the Chrome. So that's why we're going to have to do some kind of workaround with the Android operating system app.
So the pilot, how much did that involve student submission of assignments?
I know, I'll let Andrea maybe speak to that one a little bit more.
Yeah, just to kind of elaborate, we did ask the teachers to have the students use the Chrome devices in their class for that entire week. So it would depend teacher to teacher how much they were assigning, but we did ask the teachers to continue to teach as normal. And so they did have students submit assignments as normal via OneNote, via Cami, and via Schoology. So I would say it's pretty typical workload as any other week. Does that answer your question?
Okay, Trustee Urban?
Giving all of the, the savings and stuff, because sometimes you look at savings and it's not always, okay, yeah, it's a lot of savings, but what do you give up to get that savings? And so in terms of that, is there anything that we're giving up for the Chromebook in terms of efficiency, user friendliness, or capacity, or what's driving such a significant savings?
Lack of people wanting to do change, to be quite honest. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. I've been a change agent in 4 districts, and that's the biggest hurdle. Specifically, there's the OneNote, but we will have a workaround. And another thing I didn't mention earlier, it's not going to be every single lab, every single student device is Chrome. We're going to have specialty situations because you can't run CAD/CAM on Chrome. Just will not work. And that's like an engineering design yearbook classes. So we will have part of the field test is to put the Chrome into some of those environments that may be questionable and just see, because we will not get 100% rid of Windows because of those specialty situations. But honestly, why isn't it? I mean, 62% is pretty big. Why isn't 100% change?
Okay, Trustee Newman?
All right, thank you for this thorough report, Mr. Selkin, and it's good to have you give a report because I think this is one of your first few, so thank you.
I'm a greenhorn, so thank you.
Yeah,
You're kind.
yeah, so this was good. And I appreciate you giving us the devices. One of my concerns when we purchased this, just given my time on the board, when we initially went out and bought some devices, we bought some just junk. There was some, and then we went to the other extreme, and with the HP devices. And so one of my issues is an equity issue, is an equity question. My own students. My own kids, they have a computer at home, or that's true for many students that, have some means. So in order for students that this is their only device, would they be able to come up with, a Word document that looks as good as something that the students that have additional devices at home? Can they produce comparable product?
They can produce comparable product, but is it going to have print shop? No. So if the kid augments their document with print shop, but remember, we're going to have facilities at the school site. We still will have particular areas where we'll need Windows, and they could go to school and the computer labs and use those devices as needed.
So I know for the labs that the students are producing in our high schools, they need to have graphs. And so they're downloading some things, the graphs in their lab reports, and their lab reports all have to be turned in online, so that they can be judged to determine that that's the student's work and not somebody else's, turn it in type stuff. So would they still be able to do that on a Chrome?
I'd be curious as to specifically what software they were using.
I don't know.
But I know that you can use Google Sheets and Excel online to create graphs. There's also several apps within the Chrome Web Store that would provide graphing calculator functionality that would allow students to export PNG files of those graphs, and then they could then import them into a Google Doc or a Word online document and turn that in, run that through, turn it in.
So they're gonna have a Word program on this, because I was looking for that on here and I couldn't find it. No,
it'll be the online version of Word.
So an online version. So they go online and then they get on the Word, and then they'll keep everything on the device. Well, they keep everything not on the device anyway, so they have it in the cloud, right?
Yeah, so it's backed up to their cloud, either their Google Drive if they do Google Docs, or their OneDrive if they do Word online. As a technology trainer, I can speak to this specifically. There are some differences between the desktop version of Word and the online version of Word.
Yeah.
But for what the students are going to need to produce, the online version of Word will work perfectly fine for them. And they do have, with their educational license, unlimited storage online. So storage isn't an issue that way.
And this is certainly a durable device, as a parent of one student who's, well, there's just been a couple mishaps with that device. And thank goodness we bought the insurance. So the other question is, where are we at in terms of if we're going to roll out more? And I'm inclined, I see your reasoning to roll out, buy more, 5,000 at this point as opposed to the 2. Where are we at in our cycle of leasing the HP devices?
We're actually overdue for one of the high schools last year. There was a PO for 1.2 million, and it was a little over between about 2,000 devices. They're hitting their 4th year, and they're all kind of hitting their 4th year over the next 6 to 9 months. And that's where the maintenance have ran out this last year. And so we have I'm getting pressure from my site tech saying, when are you going to get this done? Because we've ran out of spares. And plus the devices are 4 years. So this is the refresh cycle right now is what we're in right now for all the devices.
Okay. So we'd be, there's no penalty for us moving over to this. We can start cycling these in because we bought them on a cycle kind of basis. So we bought some and then we,
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, so we can buy these, the manufacturer, if we, initiate this contract with them and purchase this 5,000, it kind of locks us in for an 18-month period of this lower price. So the existing Windows, we have our last lease payment in May, and that'll be done and we'll own those devices. So we'll be able to transition kind of comfortably having some of the Windows, and then that way we can go into a site. And what we'll do with this field test is we'll figure out all the logistics, all the training, all the time. So we have a very, I guess, lack of better words, a technical scientific strategy for next school year of how many sites we can do in a certain period of time.
So we're not looking at it completely pulling all HP devices out. We're going to pull them out as they get age out, and then we're putting these in place. That's the plan if this goes forward.
Yeah, and theoretically, with all those 4-year-old devices, they could probably all 15,000 could be replaced by the August in terms of what their needs are. But I think given that we'll have some spares, we should be able to let the Windows devices last another semester or 2 for the transition period.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Lopez.
So I have 2 questions. The first one being the price that we're getting at them now we get the first 5,000 when we need to get more, or that are they going to honor that price? That's the first question. The second question, you mentioned Google Docs and you mentioned work online, and I know that those 2 need emails. So are we contracting with Google? I know that, for example, in nonprofits, a lot of the people have use emails, use Google as their hub for everything, and they create a set of emails for their businesses under Google, right? So are we going to be doing something like that? Or are we doing something like that with Word? Because I know that we're already on Outlook and stuff like that.
So right now, the students are using emails already, and so we continue with that practice. And as far as it sounds like you're talking more about like the document sharing and everything, they can still use OneDrive and the online Word, or if it, which I have heard from some principals and some teachers, they'd like to go to the Google world, and it can go either way, with that particular sharing of documents and information and online storage of that.
Yeah, and that's what I meant. I mean, I don't. If we're asking them, we no longer have the hard drive or the software of Google, a Microsoft Word, but now you can do Google Docs. Are we then gonna, have them have an extra email account for that, right?
So to kind of expand on that a little bit, actually students already do have Google accounts with their district email. We have the Gmail functionality turned off for students. They can use Outlook if they need to email, but they have access to the rest of the Google suite already. So they already have a Google Drive, they already have a OneDrive. It's something that Google provides free for all educators. So it's something that I don't even know which director set it up, but we've had that process set up for a long time.
Perfect. That's wonderful.
And then your prior question about the price being locked in, I've asked the vendor manufacturer multiple times. The answers have been yes. The only caveat is not control over China trades, which are some subcomponents, as well as this happened in the industry where there's only like 2 plants in Singapore that make memory, and one of them burns down, price is going to go up, which happened about 8 to 10 years ago. So, yeah. So start a memory plant if you have any entrepreneurs in the family.
And by the way, a really good presentation. I like the dynamics. I appreciated it.
Thank you.
Trustee West?
I know sometimes when entire grade levels or entire schools roll out something like this, and I've seen it done with Chromebooks, there's a lot of things that we can't anticipate that happen that at the beginning of the year can be really difficult for teachers and for students. Have you contacted or done any research with other districts that maybe have done this to find out what not to do, so you don't have to,
Right. We don't need to reinvent the bad
Exactly.
wheel, just the good wheel. So, absolutely. That will be, if this gets approved, we'll be doing I call it a little field trip. Merced has a few school districts. An old colleague of mine is kind of like the state leader on the Chrome. And my past district, we migrated to 10,000 Chromebooks my last year there. So we're going to leverage, no need to reinvent the wheel. Let's do this right the first time.
Perfect, thank you.
Trustee Walker?
Not all of these are 4 years old, correct? It's just one set of them. All the rest of
Right.
them, the high school ones, are in year 3.
Right. So, but next year, at the end of the year, they'll be at year 4, and the
Correct.
maintenance ends this year. So.
And then my comment is I have an appointment with the superintendent later in the week to hash out issues that are beyond the scope of this report where I have concerns. So I'll be a no because I have issues I want to resolve, and this isn't the time or place. But I do like saving money.
It is good to save money. I agree. Okay, so I have a few, 3 questions. One is on security for the students, and how do does it have like a firewall to protect the students from inappropriate and harmful content?
All of the structure and infrastructure we have in place today will apply to the device. It's network-based, enterprise-based.
Right.
You will see after this there is some projections of some needs to update that firewall and that filtering system because it's 5 years old. So, but otherwise it'll operate the same as what we currently have in place.
Okay, good. And then, so it says that the funds were going to come from supplemental and concentration funds. So I just, I wasn't sure how that works, and I knew that we had the 8.4 million in curriculum, and I didn't know if this was part of both of those, the funding for those, where the funding comes from.
No, the curriculum money is for textbook adoptions, future textbook adoptions
Okay.
that we're setting aside funds for. This would come from our supplemental and concentration grant allocation that we have, that we use currently for technology purchases.
Okay, all right.
The
because-
existing lease, I mean, those are all, that's how they're funded.
Okay, I didn't know because these are like giant textbooks to me, or I mean skinny textbooks, because that's where the information is going to be put on. So I didn't know if that was allowed or not. And the supplemental concentration made me say, well, that's for our most needy students, but since we have like 88% are hit in that category, then that I can see part of that reasoning, but I was just wondering where it came from. So. Okay, so we're to the approval of the approval of the Chromebook field, approval of the technology. Wait, I can't, hold on. I had
Purchase of 5,000
There we go.
Chromebooks, yeah.
approval to purchase 5,000 devices. Oh, sorry, thank you. The public, is there anyone in the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, back to the board. Any other comments from the board or questions? Seeing none. Now we can do the approval of the 5,000 devices. So, is there, do I have a motion from a board member? Okay, so Trustee Irvin has made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Newman has seconded it. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. So we have 6, and then opposed?
No.
1 no. So we have 6-1 with the no vote being Trustee Walker. All right, so the motion passes. We're moving on to item B9. Thank you so much for this, and I appreciate all of your help explaining all of that.
Thank you
and all
so
the
much.
answers to all those questions.
One
Yes.
last item, and it has to do prepping for E-rate, because E-rate is a federal discount program that has tight timeframes. So we've started working on the RFP for that. So I just kind of wanted to praise the board of what E-rate is, get you ready for why the purchase, which you already asked a question related to it. E-rate, in a nutshell, is a federal program. It offers schools in the United States $4 billion a year. We take advantage of it for our internet and our infrastructure lines, as well as our Category 2, which is internal hardware. And so we right now have a firewall system that's about over 5 years old. So we will be going out to bid for a new firewall system and then come back to the board at the next meeting for your approval. You'll see on this, the bottom line is we only have a couple weeks, like I mentioned, tight time frame. The potential savings for the district is 105. The matching is 720, and the reason why that looks so high is because there's a lot of ineligibility with firewalls that the FCC and USAC has changed. I used to be 2 jobs ago the state California E-rate representative at the FCC, and so they modified it because of the program was getting sucked up with the funds on an annual basis. So client software is included in that 720. That's that malware that has hit a bunch of government agencies, including in this area around and also throughout the United States, is included in that 720, as well as redundant hardware and some other components. But that's the purpose of this slide, is to answer any questions and get you prepared for that.
So something I want to add, and I know I spoke to a number of you about this. This came after the holiday break. The deadline is before our next board meeting, so it'll come back as a ratification as opposed to coming back for approval. So in order for us to be able to access E-rate, then we just wanted to give you that heads up. And if there's strong disagreement, it's not something that you want, now would be the time for that. Otherwise, you're just going to come back in consent for ratification.
Okay. Any questions from the board or comments? So I remember when we got E-rate 20 years ago, it was really great. And it was an opportunity to receive some funds from the federal government. And so I'm glad that we can have access to that.
Yeah.
And
And
so
this is, we'll be starting next year. I'll be coming back because our switch infrastructure is becoming aged, going out of life, end of life with some components of it. We will get, if they hold to the rules, we will get about $4 to $5 million of funding for next year. But this was kind of like a pocket of money that they had left, use it or lose it. So that was what the purpose of this.
Okay. So I believe the board is on board with you. So go ahead and purchase the E-rate, and then we'll see the savings costs in the next agenda item. So thank you. That's awesome. The Chrome. Okay, not a parting gift. Okay, moving on to item B9. Approval of the first reading of proposed revisions to board policy. Oh no, sorry, D4, A1. I apologize. My fault. So D4, which is the students' code of conduct, it was, oh, wait a minute, let me read the item. Approval of second reading of proposed revision of board policy 5131, conduct, and then conduct deletion of board policy 5132, the student code, conduct code 712. So that was item D4.
Do you want to give a little bit of a background, just to make sure? BP 5131, we took to the board on the special board workshop. I want to say it was Saturday, December 14th, the one that you participated by phone. There was a recommendation to follow the California School Boards Association language. Our board policy, as you know, has had a history of putting the actual entire conduct code within the board policy. So at that time, after lengthy discussion, the board asked me to go back, and basically they accepted BP 5131, but they wanted to have a caveat in there because it was still the recommendation of the board that they still be allowed to weigh in on the conduct code before its distribution. So if you were to look down on the first page of BP 5131, I want to say the third paragraph. It was the board will annually adopt the student conduct code of conduct prior to its timely dissemination to the public. That was the phrase that I was asked to put in.
That's great. So hard to find that. I mean, I read through it, but I was trying to remember how we were going to do that. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. We will, so now we can vote. Are there any questions from the board? Oh. Is there anyone in the public wishing to comment? Seeing none. I don't know if I should wait just a little bit longer. We have a trustee that's out of the room for a moment. So I will entertain a motion to approve item B, board policy 5131 and...
Wait, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead. All right, trustee Newman.
Where's additional language? You said you just rattled off real quick.
Yeah, it's the third paragraph down on the front page, BP 5131.
5131.
You want to? It was the board had asked that I put it in.
Yeah, I remember asking for it, but I can't find it. It should be in black, right?
Or with an arrow.
The red is new.
All of this is new.
But
First page.
okay. Third paragraph.
It's right.
Okay.
First page of it.
Okay, I thought when we were adding stuff that wasn't CSBA language, we had a different notation to it. It wasn't red. It was something different. That's why I was looking.
If that was my apology, I will make sure. Yeah,
that's okay. That's why I was like, I can't find it.
It makes sense to where you guys would be able to see something that you guys wanted in there to make sure that the correction was taken care of.
That's fine. I just was wondering how it was. It didn't appear in the normal format, and so that was why.
So for the future.
That's
we
okay.
Put an arrow by it or something. Yeah, because that way we know it's a change especially in the second
Work it out to
reading.
make sure it's consistent. Yeah, so you guys will, sure.
Awesome. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mark.
whatever is consistent, I'm not sure what it was, but it isn't red.
Thank you. So, all right, so now we're back to the board for motion to
I'll
approve.
make a motion.
All right, and a motion by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee Arvin. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to item B9, approval of first reading of proposed revisions of board policy 1312.3, uniform complaint procedure.
Good evening, President Marks.
Mr. Boucher.
Indeed. Bo Shane.
Bo Shane. Thank
Bo
you.
like bow tie and
All
Shane
right,
like
thank
the guy's
you.
first name.
All right.
President Marks, trustees of the board, Dr. Noguchi, and members of cabinet, Happy New Year. It's a pleasure to see all of you again. I am Stephen Bo Shane with the Human Resources Office as their supervisor of compliance. I am before you today to present BP 1312.3 regarding uniform complaint procedures. Now, as you might recall, this is not the first time we're seeing this particular board policy this year alone. And there are some additional revisions that have been made for some very specific reasons, and I am requesting that this be approved. In addition to that approval, I'm also requesting the unique situation that this be approved in full tonight instead of having to go to a second reading, and I'll explain why both of those things are being requested. Now, in order to give you that context, I have to go back into some background that's been going on for the past couple of weeks, and I'll try and do that as concisely as I can. As you may know, we're currently in an FPM auditing process. And as part of that process, one of the things that they look at is our uniform complaint procedures. One of our reviewers looking at our uniform complaint procedures, informed us that there were some things that were out of date, and simultaneously informed us that the language that we relied upon in Gamut was also out of date. So because of that, certain things were not in Gamut and didn't make it into the revisions that we made, and it needed to be updated. Those are reflected in what you see before you right now. In addition to that, we also had a conference call at 3 p.m. earlier today, and a second reviewer, different from the first, added some things after the first reviewer said that this was approved to be presented to our governing board. Luckily, those additional changes are very minor. There's only 2 specifically. I will highlight them now. The first one can be found on page A. It's not listed in here or denoted in here, but I will tell you where it is going to be. Page A, item number 2, we need to insert as one of the categories medical condition, and the intent is to insert that between pregnancy and the category of physical or mental disability, and the only reason we're doing that is so the formatting is consistent with how we've done it in other BPs and ARs. The second one is the exact same thing, only this one is on page B in number 5. Again, we need to add medical condition, and that's going to be inserted in between parental status and physical and or mental disability. So with that, the changes that are already noted on here, in addition to those 2 changes, we're requesting approval of this board policy and that it be approved in full so that we can post it. The reason why we want that is because the FPM reviewer indicated that if this was not approved in full, we would receive a finding. Now that wouldn't be fatal, we would have time to correct it, but there is an issue with being able to get it onto another board meeting in time for that 45-day timeline.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Are there any questions from board members? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Trustee Walker.
Just to defend myself, the FPM review, the driver on these super fast board policies wasn't necessarily just Trustee Walker. The fast forward is far more likely due to the fact that that's being reviewed, and so I get looked at as it's like my bad. It's not necessarily me. I saw it coming 3 years ago, but the catalyst was not necessarily me. So I get a little bit of relief from Saturday meetings.
Trustee Newman.
What is FPM?
Federal Program Monitoring. It's essentially a collaboration between the district and the California Department of Education to make sure that public entities, and in this case the LEA, is complying in all of its state and federal programs with the laws that are currently on the books. In a variety. I mean, we're talking district-wide. One of the ones that's pertinent here specifically is just the UCP.
Okay. And we've asked questions of council and such that by approving it, not going through the regular process, first read and second read like we normally do, it would still be an effective policy. We could just bypass that. That is our right. And okay.
We can waive.
Good deal. It seems like we should be able to do that, but I need to ask that question. And so this is the one we're sure that they're okay with.
Well, we were sure
For
it
the
was
moment.
okay on the first reviewer had told us that it was
Well, there's
approved.
got to be a third
but
guy that comes in and says, "Hey."
If things continue the way they have been, it's possible. But what I can say is that we at least want to comply with what they're directing us to comply with right now as we currently know it.
All right. Good deal. Thank you, Mr. Beauchesne.
Trustee Brown.
So I'm concerned about the timing. If when we did this just a few months ago, Gamut wasn't updated, every district in the state is out of compliance. Are we the guinea pig in this, or?
To be honest, I can't tell you what their intentions are if giving that information to us. What I will say is that you're not alone in your reservations after receiving that information, because even beyond just other districts, what other potential board policies and ARs are out of date, and that we're relying on to update our own.
So,
Okay, trustee Walker?
So this, and again, this is not even the third time we've hit this one. This was one of the first board policies we updated before I ever got on my policy train. This goes back 3 years ago, and so it's been multiple iterations. And I think that you're right to be concerned, but I think that's part of why, at least when I'm digging into Gamut and I'm looking at things that highlight, I go touch the ed codes to see. But at some point, you got to rely on somebody. And again, on due diligence alone on this policy, this has got to be iteration 4. I can think of at least 2 times in the past and maybe 3 times, so this has got to be 4. And I don't have the dates in front of me, but we've been at this guy for a long time.
I would just like to add that having gone through FPM about 6 months ago in my previous district, this is totally par for the course and common, that we have folks that are reviewing online versus the folks that are going to come review on the ground, and they have different opinions and how they, just like a lawyer, how they review the wording, and this is very, very normal in my experience.
Okay, trustee Brown?
So, Mr. Bouchane, thank you very much for protecting us and letting us get through this.
It's my pleasure. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, ready for a motion? Oh, do you have public? I thought I did that. Okay, public? Anyone in the public? Nobody in the public? All right, back to the board. Okay, trustee West moves for an approval.
And second.
Yes, that there will not be a second reading, yes. And trustee Newman seconds that. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to item B10, approval of the first reading of proposed revision of Board Policy 5137, positive school climate. Deletion of Board Policy 5137, gang symbols. This looks like it's Mr. Miller.
Yes, I'm Ed Miller, Senior Director, Child Welfare and Attendance. Good evening, Board President Marks, trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, and Cabinet. The California School Boards Association has conducted a review of Modesto City Schools board policies and administrative regulations. Based on this review, I bring before you tonight the proposed draft of a new board policy, 5137, positive school climate. The language in the proposed policy follows the recommendations of the California School Boards Association. And it's currently, as of today, it's good. Good to go. Unless we get another reviewer coming in. It is also recommended that the board delete the current board policy 5137, which is gang symbols. There are a couple things I want to point out in the policy before we launch into questions. This is one of those policies where you have a lot of the shall, may, and you can see that we made a few changes. I say we because it's a team effort when these policies are presented. Many times when you use the word shall, sometimes it's better to use the word may, because shall kind of corners you, as we all know, because that means everyone's going to implement at all levels across the board. But an example, on the first page, you see the bottom paragraph, staff shall consistently enforce board policies. So we all felt shall should remain for that one and some of the others. If you look at the second page, the first paragraph, the district's curriculum may include, recommending may because the curriculum, a lot of the curriculum's designed by the state. And we can't honestly say we shall have this in the curriculum K-12 at every grade level and all subject matter. So we're saying may because it will be there. So that I wanted to point out, you'll see some of the may and the shall, and that's why we've done it. If you go to the third page, there's a recommended change. Originally, the first paragraph on B51, the page is 5137B. The schools may promote nonviolent conflict. On further reflection, the recommendation is both of these will use the word shall. So that's going to be a change. We're not going to go with may. We're going to make that happen. Okay, and that's all I wanted to point out. There were a couple of omissions, which is my fault completely. If you look at the board policies where it says CF 5138 conflict resolution, there should be an NA next to that one. We don't have that policy currently. And you're familiar with the NA, means we don't have the policy. And down below it, there's 3 staff development policies. All of those should have the NA designation. Okay, and at this point, I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Trustee Lopez?
I just kind of wanted to know why the gang symbols was taken out. I mean, I did, for the most part, I saw some general aspects included in the NVP 5137, but I don't know, maybe it's something similar is moved to the AR or something for that matter. I just wanted to know why the recommendation to delete
The whole thing?
The whole
Okay,
thing.
there's 2 reasons. One is it's listed under the wrong number. 5137 should be positive school climate. That's a total update. Second, the language is totally outdated. If you go into Gamut, California School Boards, they have a whole different policy in AR that talks about gangs. So at a future meeting, we're going to bring that forward, and we'll have that'll be a brand new policy on gangs. So this is all outdated language, needed to be eliminated. So for tonight's purposes, figured just eliminate it. That answer your question?
Yeah, when reading it did seem outdated, but I felt it's still relevant in the sense of we still have that issue, right? But the wording was outdated, so I'm glad that we're going to see something.
It'll be a BP and an AR.
Yeah, and just and know this in terms of other board policies that you guys have approved already on climate. There is the mention of gangs, plus we have all the information on the conduct code regarding gang attire, et cetera. So I feel comfortable and confident. I understand your reservation. We still definitely do have issues with gangs in this in the district. I know that we have ample procedures, consequences, et cetera, for gang-related attire in Modesto City Schools. So that's
I'm glad this coming back in a different form.
Yeah, we're not eliminating it completely.
Trustee West?
Just a quick clarification on on B, the second page. I see 3 arrows, and you said 2 of those mays are going back to shall. The first one, schools shall promote nonviolent conflict resolution techniques, correct?
Yeah.
And then the second may that's going to go to shall would be which one?
The second one, in the same paragraph.
The same paragraph. So students shall be taught skills necessary. What class do we do that in? How do we teach the students skills to make sure that we're following that?
Well, one way they learn, we have conflict resolution at all the schools, and that is K-12. So when kids are having conflict, it's not going to be embedded in the curriculum, I would say, at all grade levels.
But every
everywhere.
single student, because if we say students shall be taught skills, we're responsible to teach them those skills. I just want to make sure we have a way to do that, and if not, do we want to leave it at may so that we have some leeway in that?
Yeah, you bring up a good point, and honestly, it's what Ed and I went back and forth on. It's where I feel more comfortable and confident in this, and it may be after the fact, so to speak. But obviously, we promote nonviolent forms of dealing with problems. B, the way that you promote that is through the teaching of what that looks like, and I can think of what that looks like at the elementary level specifically. But we are talking about a policy that's K-12. I feel comfortable that teaching does occur. Could I say it's in page 35 of the Wonders curriculum? Absolutely not. But I think that when the situation rises, we try to teach kids appropriate behavior, no doubt. So I don't know if that I understand your reservation.
I just don't want to be stuck where someone someday is going to come back and say, "Hey, my kid was never taught those skills, so you said you were going to do that." I just want to cover. May gives us a little leeway, but if you want to leave it at shall, I'm fine with that.
Trustee Newman?
I like may in that paragraph just based on your reasoning, and I think given the example you gave, it's only going to come up if there's a conflict. I mean, we're going to teach them how to resolve the conflict when it comes up, so then it's a may. It's not a shall situation because that situation may not arise with all students. So when a conflict arises, we're going to do that. We shall do that. We will do that. But if the conflict hasn't arisen, I mean, I think it's in PBIS. I think it's in our restorative justice and all of that. So I do think it's in what we're teaching them. But that's for students that there's conflicts, that there's things happening, and not all of our students that That isn't happening with all of our students, which is good. So so I think that I think may is probably the more appropriate word there.
Is there, and, okay, so then so I'm going back to the one on A, when you took off the shall and made it may. And I'm asking that one
On page A.
on page A. So it's just that top one, that's the may.
Okay.
So we just approved, well, we didn't approve, but we heard a report on character education, character traits going back into our schools, or from a more focused, we'll call it a more focused character education. So that's where I'm confused as to why we would take it and change it to may, since we're actually going to do that with our elementary students. This is age appropriate. So I like the wording, though, that would say the schools shall promote
Maybe we can do something.
age-appropriate character education, which includes but not limited to the principles of equality, which I believe they're doing, human dignity, mutual respect, fairness, honesty, and citizenship. Those are parts of our, and then teachers are encouraged to employ cooperative learning strategies. So I personally want it in, believe that it goes along with, and would like to see it as a shall. Trustee Lopez?
I actually like the shall in B. I mean, I think that we should what was the word you used a bit ago? Commit ourselves. We have to commit ourselves to something.
I know. Yeah.
I would say maybe we can add something towards the end of the sentence where we say like when the situation arises, or you know when. You know that's our commitment, right? That we will promote nonviolent conflict resolution techniques, situations arise.
I'm fine either way.
Okay. Trustee Walker?
Yes,
Leave
Tim,
it
but
leave it up to the board.
to
There
the
you go.
point that you said about the shall means you will, the shall means you're going to comply. And if you need to take a step back, go backwards one board policy to uniform complaints, and the parent files a uniform complaint, because we did not shall teach mediation in a situation. So why not protect ourselves and assume we are? And if it looks like we're off base at some point, we can come back and change it to shall. I think shall puts us in a pretty tight box, 9 through 12. I think you're getting health in 9th grade. But I think if you're a junior or a senior, you're just bouncing along. And I think it's just too easy to miss. And all you need is a parent that knows how to find the UCP policy that is looking for a fight.
Okay, so here's what I propose we do is we will vote on the word shall or may in these 2 paragraphs, and then we'll see where they land, and then we'll move forward with voting on the whole entire policy. So, first one, on board policy, I didn't hear anybody disagree, but I don't know if there is. So on A, and this is my proposed wording, the schools shall promote age-appropriate character education, which includes but not limited to principles of equality, dignity. So we can vote on that. So I'm going to make a motion, or I'll make the motion. Is there a second to allow that?
So you used some different language.
I did. So I took the same verbiage as is across the page on the right-hand side. Schools shall promote. I use that same verbiage instead of saying curriculum, because I believe that the schools use it in a different way than if it's embedded in the curriculum, then I can see that that restricts and restrains it. But if it says schools shall promote, so they can promote it through videos or through posters or whatever way they decide to promote it, but it just says they shall promote it, age-appropriate care, and it's just the rest is the same. So that's my suggestion, is to take out the district's curriculum and then change it to the schools shall promote, like the other side it says on B. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
My concern is that we don't know what the underlying ed code is that sits there that says it may need to be in the curriculum. And I hate to, again, if we're going to change something, I think it requires a bit more thought. It's 10 o'clock at night. I don't know that it requires this much depth. Hit the mays and the shalls we figured out here and move forward. We can always come back at some point when we've got time to go look at Gamut and pull up an ed code and make the right call. I did not see any references to ed code on the shall in this particular language, hence the reason for the
curriculum, though. She's changing the curriculum wording.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was
That's my concern. That's what sort of makes me
Oh.
nervous at this point, because you're changing curriculum to something that we just sort of came up with. It sounds really good, but as we just learned with the uniform complaint procedure, caution is the word, and I don't want somebody looking up ed code right now. At least we're righteous. I trust ed. I think there's been a good, decent debate about shall or may. Let's do the hands in the air, and then we can come back and visit your thing and flag it for later. It's not like we can't come back and look at this in 6 months.
Her motion needs a second.
Yes, I'm saying why
So
I
if
wouldn't
there's no
second it.
second, it
I'm
fails.
saying
Okay.
I'm concerned about
Okay.
the side effect of removing curriculum and not knowing what the downstream change is within the ed code at the bottom on the fly at 10 o'clock. If that makes sense, is being cautious.
Okay. Okay.
Is there a second?
So there's no second that I hear. So, okay, so let's move on to the second item was to do a shall or a may on this paragraph. So we need a motion on either one of the words.
The motion that we keep it as may, and both on the page on B is all those are may, that the crossed out shall should be may.
So trustee Newman
Should've
made a
said that.
motion to keep the may and delete the shall.
I'll second.
So there's a second by trustee Walker. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're only talking about this paragraph, and then we'll vote on the whole thing.
Well, it's just where it's all on page on B.
We're on page A.
B.
No,
B.
we're on B.
On
On
B.
B.
Already voted on A.
A stayed the
died
same.
as a second. So that one wasn't, the only issue was a shall that was suggested
Yeah.
by trustee Marks. That died. So that's done. We're on B.
It's in conflict management.
So on B, we are voting on, so we'll do this again. So we're voting on to keep it as it is.
To keep
says
it as
may,
is.
And that's gonna, so both words will be may. And so trustee Newman made a motion, trustee Walker made a second. So if you're in favor of keeping the word may instead of shall, hold on just a second.
But my motion is my motion.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what his words were.
Yes.
But you said that we'll keep it as is.
No, as it is in our board agenda, he changed it. As it is in our board agenda, my motion is clear.
Okay.
My motion is may.
Yes.
You seconded a may motion
I
on
did.
B.
I did.
Motion is may.
I understood.
Just the way it reads in the agenda.
Yes.
I understood my second.
So all those in favor of keeping the word as may, please raise your hand.
Aye.
So we have 4 yeses and those opposed, 3 noes. It passes to keep as may. So now we will vote on the entire item. Item board policy, so I'm going to read read it for the record. Approval of first reading of proposed revision of board policy 5137, positive school climate, deletion of board policy 5137, gang symbols. Do I have a motion?
I might move to approve.
Okay, trustee Newman makes motion to approve. Trustee Lopez seconds that. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I see it's passed unanimously. Moving on to item B11, approval of deletion of board policy 5141.32, child health and disability prevention program.
All right. Tonight, Student Support Services recommends the
Thank
deletion.
you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
All right. Thanks for staying so late.
Tonight, we recommend the deletion of the current BP 5141.32 Child Health and Disability Prevention Program. We recommend the deletion based on CSBA's recommendation that AR 5141.32, which you guys approved tonight, addresses the health screening for school entry and is current. To be honest with you, we do not have a disability prevention program in this district any longer. That BP is dated. And so it is my recommendation that the AR, which you approved, would be our guiding policy, and this BP to be deleted.
Okay, so, any questions? Oh, wait, any public comment? No? Okay. Is there a motion from the board? Motion by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee Irvin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And now, item B12, which wasn't on here, future items for board meetings. We used to have that. I don't know where it went, but any items that Anybody wants to put on a future board agenda item? All right, seeing none, I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Trustee Newman and Trustee Walker is the second. All those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.